Good times day, all creatures of wireless challenge ratings, and welcome back to Kingdom of Aldana, where the hero Stellans are fighting once again for the challenge of worst at making friends, with Zardos joining the team and trying to overtake Arles. Previously, in our adventure, the hero Stellans have been ambushed by a northern insectoid centipede kind of creature, only to swiftly defeat it, but then be ambushed again by someone shooting grey-fletched arrows at them, with Gortrex suffering the same destiny as Jahan and being hit by several arrows in the chest, starting to petrify. This time, however, the archer came along with its demonic doggy friends, but under the incredible and lucky assault of Traeger the Mighty, and some support by his friends, the archer and the demon were no challenge for the hero Stellans, both being slain in a rather gruesome manner, with hero Stellans managing to pick up quite a bit of magical loot. Here on, you safely crossed the Titan's Bridge, a gigantic chain stretching from one side of the crevasse to the other and connecting to that mythical blade, connecting a humongous corpse of Ymir to a mountain, and traveled further on for another day, I want to say, to finally reach the town village of Fristwinder itself, whereupon you were greeted by villagers being quite careful and weapons ready, but explaining a little bit who you are, and with some support from Gortrex, you were brought into the town itself and invited to join Torkel at his house, drink, eat, recover, and talk about, well, why you're here. As the original pleasantries were dispersed, the conversation seems to have taken a turn for more serious direction, as Torkel leans in and says, "Well, let us talk business. Why have you traveled so far to Counterton?"
Well, we have heard you have trouble. Troubles.
Trouble.
Trouble speaking, Leo. Lucas. Wait, no. It's been a while. What's your
Everyone.
name?
Everyone has.
Leos.
Leo. Sorry.
No worries. It's fine.
Secretly, the drink I've been drinking has been punched. Spiked. I can talk.
Welcome to the team. Yeah, I'm having trouble gaming as well.
Who are you fooling? You're immune to poison.
This is true. Okay, I'm naturally ditzy.
Oh.
Well, let's start again. We have heard you have trouble. And since we always wanted to take the road north in winter, present us with a challenge, we came here. So, what you got?
So what you're telling is you travel through deadly pass in the middle of the winter, merely for the rumors of us being in danger.
Well, and us getting like a kick out of it.
Roll a deception check.
Sure.
With a DC of 30.
I can beat that.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't beat that. Which is why I'm like, should I even make him roll?
Come on, I'm gonna
from 30.
I'm gonna inspire myself. There we go, 30.
Oh!
Just make.
Nice.
Well, I mean, just in case Torkel is secretly a dragon with a like plus 15 modifier to insight, let me roll. You Southerners are strange ones. Usually
Yes,
we cannot get your kind to stay here once it gets cold.
Well, you will find us not to be like most of them. So, have the rumors been true? Has there something been troubling you?
Yes. We have a little bit of a situation. It is true.
Would you like us to help?
Well,
Is that actually something we can help with?
you see, we've got it here. That's good, good, yes. And yet I wonder, are you even gonna be of any help?
Well, tell us more and we can see if we can be of help.
Ah, why should I distract you with rumors? You're as a guest, you're the center of this feast. You have many stories to tell of your trip to the pass, of the beast you slain. Goldrick says you've been quite heroes. Tell me of your stories. That should be enough to figure out if you're up to the task.
All right. So, have you ever seen these? I don't want to call them a snake, but it was more like a giant worm. And it was like burning inside. We killed that one.
Goldrick kind of like gets out of his cup and says, "I want a house."
Oh, yeah, that's what they're called.
Well, that's impressive, impressive. Was it one of the little ones?
I would like to describe how big it was and then ask, is that considered a small one?
Scribe. Luckily for us, no, that is an adult.
Well, in that case, does that help giving you an image what we can do?
Well, I see you have legs, you have your arms. The battle must have been pretty close.
Nope. Nope. I mean, you should have seen that guy point at Trego and say, like, he, like, 3 cuts, that thing exploded.
Oh, well,
I mean, it exploded in his
we
face.
all work together.
It's... Yeah, but he, like, did the slashing. I just, like to inspire people.
Good, good. That is indeed a feat that not many warrior can achieve. Even if the 5 of you are working together, that still would be a bountiful hunt.
Did we salvage anything? This is out of character. Did you salvage anything out of it?
Yeah.
Blood.
Savage blood. Should we show them the proof that we killed that thing? I'm not sure if he's really believing us.
I mean, we can, but who's to say that
Self-warming
it's real? Yeah.
Do we want to use blood for anything?
I don't know, brewing beer?
It's like a contract or something you guys had for it.
Yeah, we had a contract for it to take it back. I can't remember where, but
Okay.
Nibble. There was that Hunter's Lodge thing or Hunter's Guild.
No, it
No,
was
it
requested
was,
by the Hyperbole
the-
Corporation, the one that
Yeah.
Selim is absolutely sure is secretly building a super weapon.
Oh yeah. So probably they're building a Remoras flamethrower or something.
That's a good idea! I'm gonna post it onto them!
A big cannon on a train track.
imagine like it's like high pressure, just like put it into a watt and like pump at your victim, and then it's kind of like acid, but not really, just like burns you up. It's liquid, but like gets onto you and it just burn up.
Yeah.
That's
It's
pretty nasty.
basically shooting lava.
Kinda, yeah. Oh, that's
Good
cool.
ideas.
That's cool. I gotta check if Cerulus has any contacts with the Hyperbole. He might wanna buy some of those. Alright, yeah, moving on.
Yeah. Well, if that is not convincing enough, is there any like giant beast that we should hunt for you to convince you of our abilities? Or I don't know.
There's nothing bigger than the mammoths here in the north. But if you kill the Remer house, the mammoths will surely fall to you. But you must understand, it's not only about if you can do it. It's also about what you're gonna do. If you hold the power to rescue us, you strangers from the southern lands, you also hold the power
But that was the end of the sentence?
Not really. It's more like me hitting a roadblock, let's go that way.
Okay.
And you also hold the power to be the reason we're in trouble.
Yes. Absolutely. I give you that. So how do we convince you that we're actually not the ones who caused it, but are rather prefer to get rid of any issue that you have, which I still don't exactly know what it is. Out of character, wasn't there like a rumor that they had encounters with some creatures attacking the village?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
In that case, I would say, if the rumors are correct, there have been creatures attacking this village. Are these rumors precise?
Creatures, yes. You could call them creatures.
Could you describe them?
I don't know how much you have heard about the Norse, but the creatures we usually have to deal with are the bestial or monstrous nature, mammoths, Remerhaus, others, wolves, bears, all bigger, stronger than the ones you have in the south, but nothing that a good axe cannot chop down. The ground here is tough. It freezes quick. Don't get to do much of seeding. I have the burner dead. And yet the dead come from the lake.
The dead come from the lake?
The dead come from the lake.
dead people are walking from the lake towards this village.
Have you heard about the Dwarven Kingdom?
There was supposed to be one somewhere around here, like dwarven ruins or remnants of an ancient dwarven
Southeast, other side of the lake. Yes,
kingdom. They come from there?
they came from the lake. The dwarves.
They're undead dwarves.
Okay.
Like at this point, kind of you see Godrix kind of like swear into his cup and make like some sort of obviously religious sign of protection, but you don't know which god it.
I will ask Godrix, what do you make of that? Have you ever heard anything like this? Undead dwarves?
Friender. Oh, ich told you, it's a cursed place. We left it for a reason. Left it for a reason.
For unknown reasons.
It's been eons ago. I know just tales and rumors. But the culted place the halls of the Mad King. What I hear, what my mama told me, is that one day everyone was mad and killed each other. Dwarf killing dwarf. It is not normal. I don't do that. I have a rule. You never kill a dwarf. You never fight a dwarf.
Not even between dispute between clans? Or king?
You fight a dwarf, aye. You knock him out. Kill him off. You smack him again. You do not kill a dwarf. No maiden oath. A dwarf must never kill an elf.
That's...
Why do you think you big ones are having so much wars and troubles? I remember 300 years ago your kingdom was but a patchwork of tiny dukedoms. They are always arguing and fighting and killing each other. But we dwarves, we have clans, we have our land. But together, we are the dwarven kind.
That's quite something. I wish mankind, humans would stick together like that.
Well, here your king is doing a decent job of it.
Since you have such a strong bond, how does that make you feel about undead dwarves? And that might be a threat that we need to deal with.
You're asking if I'm gonna land if I'm gonna plunge my eggs into the dwarf if he isn't dead?
I'm asking if you think we should do that.
Well, I'm trying to sound cheery turtle, but I'm not seeing many folks around. I like Turtle still like that half green in his mouth. Have a good day, my friend. Trostendorf does not have many people. We're all hunters and warriors. And still, we're holding on. I have defenses. And zombies are just zombies. Nobody has died yet. But they haven't wounded. More than I wanted. Every day is sapping our strength. We do not expect the mountains to open until April. Let's wait far away. The waves are coming. More often and often. And more of them.
When? During the night? During the day?
It's always different. It's always different. There used to be once 2 weeks. Now it's coming twice a week. I won't be surprised if another wave comes tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. They're
Have
losing
you had any-
people. They're getting harder and harder to fight. If even every single one of us, man and woman and child, takes up a spear, it's only a matter of time until we're overrun.
Have you sent any expeditions to, scout the source or scout where they're coming from?
Coming from the lake. I have boats going to the lake, they warn us. We notice them. We do not have enough people to send them deeper. You cannot breathe underwater.
I give Melora like a question, asking look, as he mentions breathing underwater.
I might be able to help with that, but can't remember what spells I have learned.
Heron's Talon's number one enemy is water.
Yes!
No, boats. Boats.
Well,
Oh, right. Yes, and water.
water killed us already.
Question, how deep is the water? I think it's the depth of the water that gets us in trouble.
It's the unbreathable water that gets us in trouble.
It's starting shallow, but it gets pretty deep towards the middle. We do not know how deep. A couple
If we
dozen
wait
meters at the very least.
How many?
A couple dozen meters, he says.
Oh, a couple dozen meters?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
I mean, this is no Lake Baikal, but...
Yeah, I misheard and heard like a couple thousand meters. And
Oh.
I was like, what?
Yeah, that would have been cool, but I think you're gonna need to go to Underdark for that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so they're coming directly out of the water. That's correct, yes? They
Hey.
emerge from the water? Okay.
They walk. Jesus Christ. They walk the bottom of the ocean. They walk the bottom of the lake. They need not breathe, they need not rest. And they're coming. And they do not come alone. Creatures join them.
What kind of creatures?
Have no idea how to call them. They're big, many legs made of segments like a lemur has. They have claws and a thick shell to protect them.
Are they also undead?
If they are, I wouldn't know how to tell.
Does his description match, or is it anything similar to the creatures that we found in that weird village with the flesh cocoons? Right after we fought Kairos,
Sardis.
we investigated. the
Not
small village.
claws. Claws.
Oh, okay. So
If I'm using the right word, it's claws, right? Okay. Let's say pincers.
Yeah. Pinsir. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now I get it. Okay.
Clay people. Things, beasts.
When was the last attack?
3 days ago. We're still tending to the ones who were hurt.
I think we can help with that.
Yeah, I was about to suggest that.
I think that would be the first and best thing that we can do here.
You have healers?
3.
Two and a half.
Yeah, to be fair, 2.5.
Yeah, I'm not much of a...
You're a better healer than myself.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Dragon knows
Yeah.
medicine at least.
Yeah, I have medicine, but,
Like, it's an electric is like, okay, your leg is broken, I'm gonna set it and lay hands on you. Lewis is like, cheer up, buddy, you're gonna be great! Like, patting on the broken wounds.
Probably going to take the flute and slap it against the leg, trying to fix it.
Yeah.
Like The Sims.
Well, we definitely have medical experience and other means. What time is it right now? It's night, right? Like
no, it's not night yet. It's like between 4 and 5, but here in the north it's gonna get dark soon. So I guess like by now the sun most likely is either already set or like on the way horizon.
Will you accept our help in this matter?
If you say you can heal my people, then I accept your help. Do it first, and then we'll talk.
Absolutely. That sounds fair.
Thorfinn, you see as a younger warrior sharing same hair color as Torkel, kind of like walks forward. Yes, father. Bring this one to Sadia. Tell them that they're coming with healing. Make sure they're doing what they're promising to do. Yes, father.
What was his name?
Thorfinn. Same as Torkel, Thor. Thor, but Finn. Finn.
Yeah, I think I would suggest going to the sick people first. I think that will.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's gonna bring you to the Sadia, who must have the sick people.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Zardos, who is totally not being a part of this conversation, and this conversation has been going on for a while, because you know, like telling stories, descriptions. You have been brought to like that second level you've seen under the building, more like -1 level, I guess, where you've seen the thick gates and the smell of beasts was strongly coming from them, and the warrior who escorted you kind of like opens up one of those like wooden doors. You see the sides of the door is like covered in hay, basically, that keeps it stuck, and he like makes you go through, and the inside of this barn it's very warm, even warmer than the house of Torkel, and it's wet, and the smell of beasts and manure is strong, but not oppressively so. It's like not making you wretched, it's just like strong animal smell. And you can see like the floor is dirt with some hay thrown here and there. And you can see in the semi-darkness as your eyes adjust quickly big, lumbering, hulking shapes of... You're not sure what they are. Like, you've seen cows, obviously you've seen cows, your family had cows, but cows are smallish, they're like horse-sized, a little bit less. These ones look like 1.5 times bigger than horses. They're tall and very stout beasts. You see a pair of horns on their head, but unlike cows, they're not going upwards, but more like forwards. And you can see a second pair of horns also like pointing forwards and bending, growing from like what feels like the back of their neck. And much like everything similar in the north, they have very thick, heavy looking, dark brown, reddish, matted fur. And as you're coming closer, and like you see one of those beasts kind of like turn his head towards you, and you see like big, flat teeth just like chewing something. The big, black, almost like still herbivorous and kind of like docile eyes of the beast kind of look at you. You see that the head, the neck, and the back of this beast seems to be covered in some sort of bone growth that is like armor. And the warrior kind of like leads you to what seems like be like a slightly cleaner with fewer animals part of the barn. They're like hay and kind of like points. Well, here you are. It's warm. And what?
No, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
And you see him like take a couple steps backwards and saying something with the darkness behind the animals, like, here, a guest of Thorkel. He refused his hospitality, and in response you hear a female voice going, "Guest this time of year?" Yeah, some sorcerers. They say they came from the pass. Sorcerer? And hear your stories that they are all about manners. Well, the more you live, the more you know. And as he is kind of like leaving, you see coming from behind those animals a woman in like same furs and thick clothes that everybody else is wearing. She has a very light hair, blonde, I guess you could say, just like put down in one thick braid in the back, and she's kind of like wiping her hands, like looks down at you. Hey, look at you, all gloomy and horny. Did someone praise the horns?
Thank you, I do what I can.
She kind of like rubs one of the beasts on the head, which kind of like goes and kind of like, you know, nods a little bit. I think you might be good friends with him. Have a little bit in common. And like points towards the horns.
Yeah, I've noticed. I'm not familiar with these creatures.
Eat an armored yak.
Interesting.
Not a very interesting name, but I think you have some like that, but without the armor. In this house.
Yes, similar, but not quite the same, yes.
Well, I hear you didn't really want to drink. Something about poison?
Nah, it's more that I was more interested in getting down to business, whereas forced pleasantries didn't really seem my thing at the time.
Well, when you come to North, you have to do what we do. North is a cruel place. You will not survive sticking to your southern habits. Still, if you didn't get much drink, I can offer you a warm place and I can offer you milk. Hell, if you're still afraid it's poison, you can drink from the teeth.
I'm okay. Thank you for your kindness. That's, and I've heard there's been, so I guess you tend to the stables here?
I do, yes.
And your name would be?
You're really not fond of the sorcerers. Or at least you don't seem to know much about manners.
Well, if I'm going to continue to converse with you, I'd at least like to know more about you.
And unless you're keen with being named Mr. Horns, I suggest you say your name first.
And it's not a terrible name, but you can call me Zardos.
Well, welcome to my barn, Zardos. I'm Brugge.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, bro.
There's one thing I can promise to you, that hay in the corner is a cleaner one. If you're looking for a place to lie down.
It's good to know, but not quite ready to lay down yet. So what can you tell me about what's been going on around here?
Well, she kind of like points somewhere like first into the bar in the darkness. Weet van gij de kalf recently? I'm getting a lot of milk from her.
Good to know. Quite. You must be very good at tending to these creatures. Thriving.
You live and you learn, you live and you learn. There is not much we can tame here in the north. Not much that can survive the weather. But these... They have meat, they have furs, they have milk. There's a lot that we can use.
Do you get out of here much? See much of the outside of town?
You really don't know much about North, do you?
Not at all.
Step outside the barn, you'll see a lot of snow. It's about as much, it's about the same, but a lot more. I'm in December, and it might be different. If you even get a little bit of flowers.
So I guess not much traveling for you, huh?
You're the cutest one, but I have work to do.
Well, since I'm here, if you need any help, let me know.
Well, I mean, if you're offering, she is gonna offer you to pick up the pitchfork and move some heavy shit. Literally.
Hey, strength 19 now, right?
Yeah.
18.
Strength well used.
I gotta get some use out of it. Yeah.
No wonder most classes use it as a dump stat.
Oh boy.
The rest of you, as you are leaving the longhouse of Thorkel, are you just following the warrior wherever he brings you, or are you trying to pick up Zardos on the way?
Do we see him?
Well, you don't see him in the cold. That's for sure. And as you walk away outside, yeah, like the sun is pretty much just setting, and it's getting dark very fast, and you can see that like some lights have been lit up, but it's just like just enough to show you where you need to go, but not enough to shed a lot of light, or definitely not enough to warm anything up.
Yeah, let's bring Zardos with us.
Well, to just say you pick up Zardos on the way. Zardos, you've learned how people survive here, working until you get hot. That's about how they survive. And I mean, it's like the saying, like, give it a finger, it will take you a whole arm. So after shit, there were some bales of hay, and then some wood. So you got a lot of use out of your strength 18.
Was she impressed though from his strength?
Nah. I mean, she did say like thank you and everything, but it didn't seem like she was like, "Oh, you're so strong! It's amazing!" It's more like, "All right, there's some use of you." Mr. Noodle Arms.
They're not noodles anymore. They firmed up a bit.
Look. Like, your strength 18 didn't make you bulk up suddenly. It's like, what was your original strength 10, right?
Was it?
9.
9, yeah. So, like, you were below average, and you were dexterous, so you're, like, more, like, sinewy and very, like, loose. And you're still like that. It's just that suddenly with your, like, athlete arms, you can just, like, go and pick up.
Yeah, just deceptively strong.
Yeah.
It's all from the core.
Like, honestly, like,
Yeah.
if Zardes ever decides to become a boxer, your weight rank would be pretty low. It'd be like a relatively lightweight boxer, but a strength 18. Oh man! Alright. Yeah, so you pick him up, and the warrior like gets you through these basic like narrow pathways that they have made through the snow to another hut. I guess it's bigger than many you see. Many huts over here are pretty small, just enough like seems for like a family of 4 or 5 people to live in a very tight
Infrastructure?
no.
Tight living spaces.
Yeah, let's go with
Arrangement?
that. Yes, let's go with that. You do see a couple like similar to Torca's longhouses, but they don't seem to be very common. But he does get you to a hut that seems to be somewhat bigger, and you can actually see smoke coming from the roof. Not many buildings that actually have a chimney. And he knocks on the door. After a while, you hear like a female voice can respond to him, and he's like, "It's me, Elder. I'm bringing help." And you hear like voice responding, so he opens the front door. You all get inside, close the door, open another door, get inside, and this one, like the first thing you notice different is the smell. Previously it was more just, the overwhelming smell was of warmth and bodies. Here it's smell of herbs, of dried up herbs, and you can see basically I think they call the ales of the hut are just like covered with bunches of various herbs, just like flung across the beams, dried up Humilora. You recognize some of them, but a lot of them seem to be most likely something from the north you wouldn't know. Still, there are simple things as well, such as like garlic and other half healing herbs, half foodstuffs. And underneath the smell of herbs, Humilora and Trega, you feel the smell of sickness. Both of things that come out of people when they are unwell, and of infection, of fester. It's not so strong that you think, oh crap, everybody's gonna be dead soon, but this definitely seems to be some sort of a local hospital, and that right side of the hut in the darkness behind the partition do seem to be the place where the wounded people are. You are greeted by actually give me a moment, that's what Zardes saw. That's the beast, and you are greeted by a old-looking woman. Her dress is like slightly lighter than what others wear. Like it's more inside clothes and outside clothes. And she has like a necklace of little colored bones, and like another necklace made of what looks like hair or string with an amulet at the end. And like most women seemingly in this place, her hair is just put down in a long braid. But I guess, well, like Traga, you, I guess, considering your father, you would know that she's like 70 years old at least. Her hair completely white, and her face is just like covered in wrinkles, and it is tanned. And obviously, the northern weather is not very good for skin. But underneath, like those wrinkles and like skin discoloration, you see a pair of bright and piercing eyes. It's, well, there's some mischief in them, but also wisdom and experience. And she kind of like gives all of you a look. Who are these, orphan? They don't look like they come from here. These are guests from the south, grandmother. They say they are healers. Father wanted me to bring them to you, see if they will be of use. Healers? Oh. Look more like healers than healers. But I can use young hands.
At that moment, I would like to give inspiration to Trego and Melora, just in case they have any bones to correct. And I would like to look for someone who has just a plain, simple cut, or anything that I can heal with a healing word, because I might not be of help much beyond that.
Well, I mean, she's not gonna immediately let you tend to sick people, so she's like, I am known as Hyundi, and who are you?
Well, I am Leos. That is Trego.
Hello, Leos. Hello,
That is
Trego.
Melora.
Hello,
That is
Melora.
Arliss, or is Arliss around that?
Yeah, he's around. He's just. It seems that he's a little bit overwhelmed by all of the smells, unlike most of you. He seems to be more on the. You know how he's like anal about cleanliness and constantly like prestidigitating himself. So he's just like in the corner, like.
Yeah, and this is Arliss with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Arliss. We have come from the south because we heard that you have some trouble. And we're happy to help under your guidance, of course.
Well, tell me, how many of you have ever seen a lucellation about 5 centimeters wide?
Oh, what?
Come again?
A laceration, 5 centimeters wide.
Laceration. We had multiple of them ourselves, I think. So yes, we saw some of them.
And how many of you know what to do about it?
Or I raise a half hand. Depends. If it's infected, I'm not the right kind of guy. If it just happened, I'm happy to help.
Well, these folks are really good at getting themselves hurt, and spears are not very hygienic. So I'm afraid it's gonna be hard to find something that's not infected in one way or the other. Did Melora raise her hand?
Sheepishly.
Okay, good. Because I don't see your hands.
No.
So, like, as you raise your hand, it seems that she kind of like clings on to the stereotype that women are much better at healing. So she kind of like turns towards Melora. You, young one, come with
Yes,
me.
ma'am? Okay. And she follows.
No, she leads you behind, like relatively hastily put up partition, and as you cross over it, the smell becomes stronger as you see about 5 cots of people lying. They are in different states, but they are like, well, they are currently covered in blankets, and you see as like Sadia opens up one of the blanket on a man, and you can see like his upper arm is heavily covered in not bandages but like in cloth, and Sadia like carefully like starts pinning it off, and as she lifts it you see a nasty looking wound that make me a medicine check actually, because we don't get to use this often.
And you have I have my inspiration.
Right.
Yes, and I am rolling it. It's a D10, right?
D10, I think, yeah.
Come on, 8. Yes, nice.
Good, good.
Yeah.
All right. So, you, luckily for you, you haven't seen many of them recently, because your comrades are very good at not dying. Okay, at not dying. But you imagine this is something from like a bladed weapon that just hacked off basically like half of his muscle on his upper arm and left a giant gaping wound that obviously most likely got... I mean, if you're talking about undead dwarves, you imagine their weapons are not very clean or well maintained, so most likely infection got into the wound and started festering. And you see that, okay, Sadia has taken a pretty good job of cleaning it up. As you... sorry about this for skirmish people, see basically grubs in the wound, eating up the rot. But you fear, just looking at the man, at the sweat on his brow and the paleness and the cracked up lips. I have no idea what I'm talking about. That he has high fever, and most likely just tending to the wound is no longer enough, and you need something strong to flush his
fever and the sickness.
To flush the infection from his organism. Like, the fever is not the problem. The fever is trying to help him fight, but his body is not coping enough. You imagine that either your Traeger with less restoration would easily solve this, if you have enough spell slots. But you can imagine a couple brews that you could work up with the herbs you know. You don't know if Sadie has them, and you're not sure if she has already tried something like this, so... Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. If you have any questions for her, you're welcome to ask.
And like I just told everybody else, it figures I don't have lesser restoration.
Yeah, but I got some.
Yeah.
Also, I got lay on hands, which does the same effect with poison and disease.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, you're like a healer machine.
And I'm immune to disease, so I'm like the perfect doctor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Hello.
Yeah, I'll come up slowly towards Melora, and like, and I'll take a look also at the wound.
Make your own medicine check.
Can I? Yeah, and I was about to ask Melora, what can, like, you're better at this. What do you see that I probably don't? I'll make a medicine check though.
I'm gonna offer to help him with the medicine check, and I'm gonna say it looks like it's heavily infected. Can I tell how old the wound is?
Well, between the two of you, and like as you show Traeger the pointers, you very quickly understand what she's talking about. You've seen people stabbed by a blade like in the gut when you were a guard, and this is, yes, obviously a symptom of
Stab.
yeah. No, not of a stab, but more like you both are more worried about the infection than the stab wound, because obviously it's bad, but it's gonna heal. So you're like, yeah, that's total infection, and we need to do something about it. And as you're talking about it, Sadia figured out that okay, you two actually have pretty good understanding of what is going on. And that's when she starts like explaining to you that she has tried this and this and this. And Milori, you half understand the herbs she's talking about. Some of them you don't recognize the names, but like seeing that she explains to you what they do, and you're like, okay, that should deal with the fever. That like deals with an... I have no idea what I'm talking about, but Milori does. And you have a feeling that yes, she's done a lot what can be done with normal medicine, and like with normal medicine, the best anyone can do is continue doing it and hope that the man will pull through. His chances are 50-50, honestly, looking at the state of the wound.
But have you heard about our Lord and Savior, the Great Oak? Have you tried that? The healing capabilities of faith.
I've heard that in the south such trees grow, but we mostly have pine trees in the north. I know not of the healing capabilities of oaks.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, we have brought with us a representative of such a tree. And I point at Trego. I think he... is that something you both can help with? I look at them.
Are you trying to rope me into some sort of a weird cult?
No.
I was about to say I need pamphlets to hand to people.
No. We just want to inform you that his powers come from the Great Oak.
So
just so you have heard it.
Technically speaking, would a infection be more of a disease or more of a poison?
Disease.
And okay, so yeah, I'm gonna use 5 points to take off the disease or the infection, I guess.
Alright.
I can add a character. I can cast heal twice on 2 people. Well, 2 times total if we want to do that, but that takes a 6th and 7th spell slot.
Well, heal is basically something that can bring up a man from the brink of death. So that's impressive.
Is there an amputee around?
Ooh.
Wanna blow their minds?
Alright, so Military, make me 2 more medicine checks just for the rest of the people, like generally to see what's going on.
Like each
No, just one.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
We've been through Glod, we can be through this.
Trego?
Trego, you have inspiration, keep that in mind, because you're
Okay.
not likely to roll that high.
Yeah, let's use it. 1d10, right?
Yes.
So that's...
Oh, that's pretty nice.
That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
okay, about 20, yeah. So, have you already laid your hands on this man?
Yeah, so from 70 I'm down to 65.
Alright. Daddy kind of like looks at you. Oh, I thought that when you said healers, you meant more of the mundane kind, but I see that you have quite a gift. Let's hope that it will help.
I try to use it for good intentions.
Just because this is magic and that's how it works, like basically, like within a minute, you can already see some effect on it. Basically, the fever has gone down. It's not completely gone. He still needs a bit of time to recover, but it's already obvious that you've done something.
How many people are...
And for the record, you've purged infection. You have done nothing about his wound yet.
Yeah.
Can I cast a healing word on that?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, I will definitely see if that
How
actually helps.
does it look like?
Does it? Let me just check.
Oh, more like what do you do for the healing word?
Well, it just has a verbal component, so I will just stand close to the wound and hold my hand to my head, look fiercely at the wound, and say, "Close."
Yeah. That's exactly what I was imagining.
Yeah, and just... You will get 6 hit points back.
I mean, that's a lot of hit points for him.
Oh, he's a commoner?
No, he's not a commoner. But so like you see that it does not like suddenly completely close off his wound, but definitely see as like its color improve and like new blood starts seeping through it, and with Strager's magic and yours magic, kind of like the nasty looking parts magically start kind of like removing themselves, let's go with that, and like new growth starts appearing, and at this point Sadia looks pretty satisfied and impressed by your abilities. Now for the rest of the wounded, and with Sadia talking behind you and like knowing that you know what's going on, she's already kind of like helping you and explaining. It seems that her place maintains basically the 5 people who were heavily wounded. There are more people who were wounded, but they are staying at home because their wounds were more like cuts and bruises and nothing that needs stationary treatment. But the rest of people here are similar wounds where they've got cuts, mostly deep muscular cuts, both slashing and piercing wounds. One of the men has a broken arm, not very good break, but Sadia at least has managed to set it properly, so it's more about healing it up. And you figure out that to be safe, like a dose of anti-Laren antibiotics for each of them, and a bit more of like 5 hit points of healing magic for each will not get them on their feet. You'll need like 10-15 hit points of healing each to actually like, I'm ready to fight! But at least that much will be enough to help their body recover completely, and you figure out like by morning they will not necessarily be in fighting condition, but they will be in like like light wounds kind of situation, anything that can recover on its own within the next week or 2
Okay.
or 3.
And how many patients did
5
did you say
total.
there were? 5 total, and it's either 5 hit points per one or between 10 and 15 to get them like straight up.
Well, I'm meaning 5 to purge the infection and at least 5 more to close up various wounds.
I would probably assist in the wound closing by... I would probably expend 5 healing words in addition to that.
No?
Yeah,
And
so
I'm also going to cast Mass Cure Wounds after Trigo.
Oh,
Clears.
Yeah, so
nice.
yeah, Melora's just gonna tell me you cure the infections. I'll do the closing wounds.
Yeah, and I quietly whisper to you, let me at least do something, okay?
Of course.
So 5 patients in total for 5 hit points. That's 25 points.
Yeah. And Laura, roll your muscular wounds. That's just to see how.
Well,
Well, you do.
I'm gonna let Leos do his first.
Yeah, I'm gonna expend 3 second levels. And 2 first ones. Yeah.
You got this.
And I'll do mine.
Yeah, go for it.
A bajillion hit points.
Alright, yeah, between that, I mean, it looks like magic because it is magic. By the end of you doing it, like, Leos kind of helps close it up, and then Melora adds more, and you just see flesh stitching itself as, like, lights go from, like, one side of the wound to the other and bring it together and, like, saturate, and skin just goes... heals up. They'll have scars. No way around scars. But A, they earn those scars. B, it's not gonna kill them. And kind of like by the end of it, I guess, like, all in all, you know, like, looking at them and inspecting them and not being much harder, like, half an hour later, and inspecting them again, Sadie seems to be very satisfied with your work. Says that, like, Jody can feel their fever is receding. She's pretty sure that with some more herbs that will help purge the rest of this and lower the fever. By morning, this should be just like in top condition and back working. And well, there is a blessing in every moment. Thank you for traveling here. I am honestly uncertain if they would have survived without your help.
Well, that's the least we can do.
We're
Our
really
pleasure.
happy that we could help.
Lewis is like, no, that's literally the least I can do.
No, that's the maximum I can do.
Well, it's both the least and the maximum you can do.
I gave it
yeah,
all.
Yeah. Well, at least you tried.
Yeah. It did help.
Yeah.
That is a cool picture.
Yeah, that's wild. I like that.
Oh yeah, that's pretty awesome.
And she kind of like looks at you. I see. Quite a determination in your eyes.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Besides the attacks by these creatures, has there been anything weird happening around here? Are there like weird people or people behaving like they normally wouldn't?
We're all a little bit weird living here, but I would not say so, no.
Alright.
I see that you are seeking something.
Through our eyes, I see mischievous and wisdom in yours.
I've seen many young men and women leave looking for adventures on their own arse. A lot of them come back disillusioned and hurt. I hope that wherever you go, your powers will protect you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the sake of it, could I check if there's any illusion on her?
Make an investigation check.
She's secretly poisoning them. Tomorrow's everyone dead.
I'm gonna inspire myself. Oh yes, that's
Yeah.
19.
Inspires a lot today.
Wow,
Yeah.
these rolls have been on fire.
Dude, the inspirations are just
Yeah, way better than usual.
off the
Yeah.
charts. Yeah.
It will fuck us up in the once
In the
it
next
gets
combat.
I know, yeah, we're wasting it now. It's,
Yeah. So as you're like staring at her, trying to pierce through magical veil and uncover if she is not who she is, and like for a moment you're like seeing as her shape starts shifting, you're like, okay, no, that's just my paranoia taking the best of me as she remains an old woman. Those wrinkles were earned!
That's good.
But she seems to notice that as she comments, "Oh, don't make those eyes at me."
I give her a wide smile.
Don't give those odds at me, and I see Lucas.
All right, so no weird people. Do any people live outside of this village?
No, well, some of us and some usually move to hunting lodges or wooding lodges. But in the winter, I think nobody except for Nikolaus will be living outside. It's almost impossible.
Nikolaus?
Nikolaus, yes.
Have we heard of Nikolaus before? I think we haven't.
No.
Who might that be? Is Nikolaus a hunter?
So, like, by this point, I imagine you're not awkwardly standing around, but more like she has, like, led you to the other side of the hut, which is more like her home, and can, like, set basically one of you, because she has two chairs, set one of you, and, like, is working through the process of like brewing herbal tea and passing it along in, like, she takes a cup for herself, she takes a cup for her sitting on the chair, and then the rest is more like bowls that is most likely used for something else, but I mean they hold tea, so here we go. And she can, like, pass it out. Oh, Nikolaus is, well, he is not quite a man, I suppose. He is a guardian of a kind of the expanse. But he does usually take up the shape of a man, yes.
Is
Shape of an animal, usually?
There are rumors. Some say that he is a spirit of the North, and his true form is that of a humongous white bear. But nobody saw him changing. So whoever goes to visit him sees an old man. Then some hunters tell stories of a large bear. It might be the same, it might be not. He was around even when I was a little girl. So he's definitely not your normal man.
Is there any way that we could meet Nikolaus?
You could try, but he's not one who welcomes guests.
Has there been any sight of him? Maybe lately because of all the attacks you've had?
No. He does not. He's not a protector of Friesland. He's guardian of the North. No. If the general story is if trappers or poachers come to the forest, they don't come back. And yes, there are cases when it is a bad winter and a starving family finds a carcass of a deer and bear paws outside of their door. But I don't remember many of those cases. And I don't know him or anybody else to do more. But we try to respect him and his. We offer our thanks for what we hunt and take no more than what is needed. That is the stories we've been passed on. And nobody gets hurt.
Is there so basically pouching and like trappers work would be anything that would offend Nikolaos? Anything? Is there anything? Any other advice?
In particular, but more like over hunting or hunting when the beasts are with their young.
So, is there anything else that we should not do if we go? If we venture into the north?
I have many answers, but I have no answer to this being. Your guess will be as good as mine.
How do you offer thanks to him?
We do not offer thanks to him. We offer thanks to the hunt. We thank our hunt for offering its blood and bones and meat to us.
Well, we should keep our eyes open if we encounter him. He might help us, or we might be able to help him. Is Gore-Tex with us?
Nah.
So are these all the wounded?
There are more in their homes. And if we have time, we should take a look at them. With your magic, they will get better much sooner. If you have more to spare.
Well, it depends how long we stay here, but
can we take a? I think there might be a few more that we can help tonight, but at some point we might need a rest and continue tomorrow.
I kind of give Torfin to see how he how do you say replies? Not replies. His
reaction.
Reaction. Thank you. How's his reaction to all of what we've done here?
I mean, his mostly has been just standing at the door, just like watching that you don't suddenly try and kill this woman. It's not like he was standing over your shoulder looking at what you're doing.
No, but but hasn't he seen us like heal everyone?
Not really, no.
Alright.
I mean, he knows that he heard what Siadi had to tell you. He knows that she seems to be very satisfied with you. And that seems to be good enough for him.
Alright. So we can now go back to Torkel and show him that we actually have good faith.
If it's alright with you, I'd like to stay and try and help heal whatever we can for the rest of the night while you guys go and talk back to back.
Sure. If you-
Zardas, you want to stay here with Arlis? You want to stay here with her?
He wants to stay here with her, yes. He doesn't really, but because he's not here, he wants to.
I'm guessing Zardos doesn't want to be in the stables again.
It wasn't that bad.
Well, I think then me, Leos, and if Zardos wants to join, we'll go back to Perkel to try and sever the wound.
I think I'm better off just staying here.
Okay. If you need me, I tell Malora, if you need me, then don't hesitate to call.
Of course, and gives him a quick kiss. Just be careful.
Before we leave, I would like to ask Zardas outside for a quick chat.
Sure.
In private?
Yeah, in private.
Okay.
And I would lean in and ask, "You right?"
Yes, I'm perfectly fine.
Was there any reason why you didn't want to eat the bread, eat the meat?
No. At this point, I'm guessing it's more just knee-jerk reaction to more recent events, just falling back on old habits, untrusting, and nothing much more to it.
We're relying on you. Don't get weird. Don't become a zombie or something like that, please.
I'll do my best, and you do the same, for not having that happen.
Promise me if there's anything weird happening, let us know. Or let me know at least.
Sure. So far, so good, but I'll let you know.
You're right with that sword, yeah?
Yeah. So far as everything's okay.
So just make me a charisma saving throw.
Yes.
And Leos gets killed.
Have you never been told by your parents to never stay in the same room with a possibly vampire? Zardas it feels like from behind of you, you just hear, and that's it.
All right. Well, if things get strange, let me know.
Of course. So I just slightly look behind me,
I look as well.
There's snow. There's a shit ton of snow.
a little windy here.
Yeah, that's it. I go grab Trego.
Yeah, let's go.
So it's basically just the two of you, because everybody else just like, I didn't want to talk!
It seems like that.
Yeah. Sure. Alright, so the two of you and Thorfinn, or more like Thorfinn leads you back to the longhouse. And you have to say, like, now, as during your work with Sadia, the sun has completely set, and this is the north. There's not much light, there's not much moon today, So it's bloody dark, and the world becomes just like black sky and white ground. And you're thankful for his guidance because you completely have no idea where you came from, which direction you need to go, and it just like looks like, I don't know, like a maze of buildings.
As we go,
yeah.
I would like to ask Zorfin.
Thorfinn.
Torfin?
Thorfinn.
Torfin. Shit. How exactly do you get a warning? Is it like a horn? Is there any? Because if there's a warning, I would like to be able to identify it so we can help.
No, the rivers come, the boats come down the river towards Fristwind, and
They come to. Okay, they come
Yes.
here. Okay.
the lake is far enough away that the horn will not carry. But as they get into horn distance, perhaps 10 kilometers or so, they start singing the horns.
How far is the lake away from here?
That's a good question. Let's see. I think it's about. Oh. I think it's gonna be like 15 kilometers or so.
So that's in that weather. That's normally if you're on foot, like a day's worth of travel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it takes less by boat because
Mm.
the river helps towards the village. It doesn't help back towards the lake, but at least it's like a relatively straight cut and no snow, you know. But, I mean, it's not a problem for you, the snow, but for people, obviously, like right now, traveling by river would be the only option, honestly.
Where exactly would the zombies attack the village? Do they attack from the river as well, or do they come via land? What are the points of attack?
They usually come in a straight line from the lake towards the village. We have barricades that will move appropriately. They are dumb things. We have managed to keep our casualties low, but their numbers are large.
All right, thank you. Oh, by the way, I heard a rumor that you have a seer here. That correct? Someone with some
Yes.
kind of gift.
You have seen her?
No, I just. Oh,
That's
that
fair
was her.
enough. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh shit. do these people cuss around here? Because just so I know if that's okay.
You think they do, but they don't cuss in your language.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. All right. Let's go to the leader and continue our talks. How we can help.
Alright. So you get back to the longhouse. It welcomes you with, honestly, whatever. So you're welcome back inside, and it seems that Thorkel and Gortrex have been having a long talk all the time you were gone. They haven't really moved away from the table, but the amount of drinks on the table has decreased significantly. And it seems that as you like walk in, Gortrex is halfway through like the story of how you turned the rock into a fucking North Owl.
Oh right, he saw that. Yeah, we should.
People with us see some strange shit.
Yeah, I thought that we shouldn't have left him here and give away what we can do. But whatever.
I don't really think you can stop a drunk dwarf from talking, so...
If we could just have taken him with us so he talks.
I don't think you're gonna be able to take a dwarf from where there's drink to where there's no drink.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit stereotypical and maybe even slightly racist, but fuck it.
Alright. Does Tokyo seem in a good mood?
She definitely was in a good mood before you entered, but she's in an okay mood.
Alright.
Like, as you basically like go towards the table, he kind of like sees you, lifts his mug. Oh, I see my friends from Source have returned. Tell me, son of mine, what have they done? And Thorfinn responds, I cannot explain what they have done, father, but some magic has been involved, and Sadia is satisfied with her performance. She says that our warriors are safe now, and they should be on their feet by the morning. Really? Well, you're bringing one miracle after the other. Bringing people from the desert, turning big birds into small birds, making friends with giants. You're all kind of special snowflakes.
I see our friend has been talking. Or giving a report on our travels through the mountains.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to talk, I have my own ways. Oi.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. So, since you have some more information about us now, what we are eager to do.
Well, I'm willing to trust you now. To a point. I see that you are willing to do a lot for us, without asking for much in return. So my mother has told me to never trust a man who offers to do something for nothing. And that part still worries me about you all. I think you came here for a reason, and you want something.
Well, we won't say no for some information, or a bit of help when we do go and try and probably research the source of the undead.
I give Trago a very, very ominous look like, I think it's time that we tell them why we're here. What do you say?
Trago do? Okay, wait. Trago. Okay. What?
Exactly. You see, it is true. We seek something here. But we do not know exactly what it is. The events that you have described can theoretically be compared to similar things happening beyond the mountains in the south. And I would like to keep an eye exactly on how his reaction to that. If he looks like ah shit, they know, and he panics or something, or if he's more becoming like more open.
And I would have gotten away with it too, if not for the red keys. So you say, Southling? You say that you have hordes of undead dwarves coming from this house?
Well, not exactly. But
we have dealt with hordes of undead before.
yes. Do you know what a knoll is?
I hear it's a human beast. Half dog, half man.
Well, they have been touched by something undead and led some attacks. And it may just be a hunch from our side, but we might think that something connected to that is leading or creating the attacks in your village. That's why we're here.
Have you any clues to what is leading them?
Let's just say that if we stop the attack on your village and keep it alive, that comes in... How should I say this? It helps us with our goals.
I see. But do you know what is causing these attacks?
We do not know.
We have a
That's-
hunch.
We don't really have like a hunch. We might have an idea who might be behind it in the very, very long run, but it's so hypothetical. We believe that there is somewhat an undead god involved, but it's not the god himself, but it's most likely its worshippers.
What in the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Leos, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what the hell am I talking about?
She did not say hell. For those who know things or watch the third Thor movie. Which ones?
There has been a cult of the one-eyed god. Or that's what they call themselves. Or what others call them. And we believe them to have connections to some kind of undead deity. And
What would they have to do with the Norse?
I don't know. But see, since you described...
Have you heard about what happened in Ironforge and in Kreutzer?
Our communication with the south is very short.
Well, those two cities were both under attack, and it was in the best interest of our opposition that they would be annihilated. We've managed to save, if not all, these cities, and we fear that the same fate might fall this settlement.
One thing we can agree upon, this horde does indeed seem to intend to destroy us all.
This also might just be a ground for experiments. If you say that the attacks have developed. There might be someone here experimenting on how to raise dead. If the forces become stronger, maybe they become stronger.
Indeed, is a point where I must stop you. I get the fighting. I get the defense. But when you start to talk about magic, that's when you're losing me. I must go and talk to my friend. Go to the house of the Black Bird. And
Of the
talk to my
Black
friend
Bird?
Swandrel. He knows magic. He might have war about what you're talking.
Sure. Let's just get our friends, or should we go in the morning? I think we're all tired. We would appreciate a rest. Eating your people has been quite exhausting.
Done a lot already. My home is your home. Even for those of you who refuse it.
Thank you. In that case, could your son bring me to... what was her name again? Sani?
Just go up and chat.
Sadia.
Where's- Siandi.
Sadia. Siandia. Yeah.
And so we can gather our friends and take a night's rest.
Alright, so, long story short, where do you all want to regroup?
We regroup at the hut of Siandi. And I would like to inform the rest of the group that they intend to bring us to someone who knows about magic, and that we want to do that in the next morning.
Sounds alright to me, but what's the plan after we meet?
Is anyone of the locals listening in on our talk?
Yes, 5 sick guys in Siandi. I mean, it's a big house, but it's small.
We'll see tomorrow what happens.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, in that case, we are all welcome to stay in the chief's hut.
Yes, Zardos, you're also invited. He said even those who do not appreciate my hospitality.
Good to know.
Milara, how did the healing go?
I mean, it's been gone for an hour at most, so...
I think it's going okay. They still just need time to recover.
All right. All right. In that case, I think we should take a rest.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, in that case, we will probably go back to the hut. And
Wait, didn't you want to ask something?
all right, I almost forgot. Tiandi, could I talk to you for a moment or two?
Well, if it does not take too long.
I just I heard that you have a certain gift of seeing. Is that correct?
I do. I do. Although I'm afraid you most likely have heard more than what I actually can do.
I'm still hopeful that you might give us some insight on. There was like a short phrase that we stumbled upon some time ago, and maybe it does make some sense to you. And I would get closer so not everybody in here hears it. And say, does the following phrase mean anything to you? Slimy tyrant of old in a lair wet and cold, heart enveloped in lies for warm embrace cries.
She hisses at you.
And jumps to the ceiling and runs out of the window.
Oh, well, it's a rather ominous piece of poetry. Slimy tyrant of old.
Do you know anything about the oh shit. Sorry.
It's okay.
But the mad king, the mad dwarven king that lived in this.
Yes?
Was he tyrant?
Well, I definitely do not have that kind of answer.
Do you know what that could refer to? Any like folklore? Any old tales?
I've heard about beasts that secrete slime, but they don't really dwell in the north. And the second half, well, it is easy to lie to someone who is lonely, I suppose. And often that's how people take advantage of the others, with kindness.
Sounds a bit like Victor.
Who's Victor?
The person we knew.
Yeah,
A long story.
pretty long story. Thank you for your input. If you can think of anything that comes to mind, would appreciate it if you let us know. Otherwise, we'll.
I'll think about it.
Otherwise, we'll head in for the night and help in the next days as much as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh boy. The more you know.
So we're going to the chief's hut and sleeping there?
I would probably want. Do we get like a separate room for us?
No, there's just... Well, more like there's a big room and subsections of it, I suppose. So there will be some cover from it, but there's still no door, basically.
Can you put a tiny hut inside a hut?
Yes, you can, but I don't believe tiny hut. I don't believe it blocks sound.
It doesn't. Just
Yeah.
sight.
Just sight.
So a hut inside a hut. Hutception.
So
Would it offend anyone if we slept outside in the hut?
it will surprise everybody, that's for sure.
Yeah. Like, no, we'd rather sleep in the cold. Stormy, snowy, freezing weather. If you don't mind.
Yeah, we have tents.
Yeah, we're like campers. We like it outside.
As far as they know. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably ask if it would be disrespectful if we took a place outside.
No, I mean, like, people's gonna be like, do you have a death wish? But aside from that, like, whatever floats your balls. I mean, you're weird people from the north, or from the south.
Whatever warms your toes.
Yeah, well, in that case, if no one takes offense from that, I would suggest like going to the center of the village where we have a good distance to other houses, and yeah, set up a tent, set up the tiny hut there.
No?
And once I have set it up and we're on our own, I will strike up a conversation with the group and say, so tomorrow we will visit that chap from
Yeah. Chap. Let's call him
Emmer
Chap.
Vane's family.
Oh, is he the
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm pretty sure that that's the person they
Yeah, he
referenced
said
to.
black. Yeah, he said black.
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how we want to approach this. I mean, we literally are trying, like, always are one step behind. And it's the question if we try to play the slow game here and try to carefully find out if that guy is evil, or if we basically kick in the social door. And
Do we have a means of communication with either Amavane, preferably Amavane, but if not, Lady Khazar?
Yes.
Then I think consulting her would be the best option for now.
Well, most information that we got is that he's dangerous.
And be careful
And
with their.
he's
yeah.
supposed to be really sharp.
I'm just glad I have resistance to fire magic. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. So, if he is actually a lackey of Oko, we should prepare for a fight. We don't know what happens tomorrow. And to be perfectly honest, it wouldn't surprise me if that one guy that knows magic in the north is involved. So basically I would just go there and say, hey, know about Oko? And see how he reacts.
Yeah, just lay it all out on the table. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, we can do the slow dance, but if he's sharp, he will know how to dance.
If we catch him off guard, that might help too.
Yeah, I mean, Furry's not going to expect someone to just walk up and say something like that.
we've never. Well, we did once. Been able to execute successfully a sneak mission, and we've never been actually on the subtle side of things. All
So
the
just
time
own
that
it,
we've been
huh?
dancing
Yeah.
slow. Yeah, every time that we've been dancing slow, we've been falling.
So yeah,
Sure,
why not?
let's try
Yeah.
that.
Just own the whole thing. Just go for it. Yeah.
Where's Arliss when you need him to object?
Yeah, Arliss, what do you think?
Actually,
No, it's a French accent he does, I think.
No, it's a Swiss accent.
He's. Oh,
it was more of a kids with brackets accent. Actually,
He will be so mad once he sees this video.
nah.
I mean, what do we have to lose if we go in and? Well, he could. Yeah, he could probably kill us, right?
the
Certainly
surprise, our reputation, we've known.
We have no reputation.
Well, he could take your lives, but at the very least, he cannot take your freedom. Unless he can cast Force Cage.
Then let's hope he's within 60 feet. All right. Yeah.
Dan's like super like amused. Wow, they're planning so much for this guy who is really not essential to the main plot at all.
Force Cage, range 100 feet. Good to know. What were we saying again?
Yeah, so I'm totally open for that kick in the door version and surprise them with going directly to the topic and see how they react. In preparation, I would cast Enhance Ability on myself
And go to sleep.
Laura. No.
Do you have
No, I would make sure that we can spot lies.
Yeah, do you have Zone of Truth?
No.
Do you want me to have Zone of Truth?
Yes.
Okay, so
No. Well.
I mean, for the next morning, I'm going to prepare the spells, but I
Yeah.
need to know if
Yeah,
you want me to.
you know what? Prepared. I hope we don't need it.
So, you definitely remember from talking with Amawain and Kazar that the Black Hawk family has a relatively rather expensive family tree for high elves. So there's like quite a few people, all of which are obviously very skilled magicians.
He's a high elf, right?
Yes, she is a high elf. And actually, like, you know, like, so they're like gnomes, or like Lightfoot gnomes and Stout gnomes, and like same with dwarves. And like, even though elves mostly subdivide into high elves and wood elves, like well, they're also drow, obviously, but the high elves themselves also subdivide into moon elves and sun elves, and mostly and well, Eldrin also, but never mind that. So far, every single high elf you would have seen in Aldana would be a moon elf. So like, like basically Tolkien elves, tall, light skin, various colors of hairs, but pure blood moon elves would be like pale skin, black hair. Sun elves usually live east and south. They are like bronze hair, dark skin, bronze eyes, like sun elves.
Okay, that sounds like Amavane.
No,
And
Amawain is not a sun elf. They are moon
Oh,
elves.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, like by dark skin I mean not black, but like dark brown or bronze in color. So more like, oh geez, I'm trying to imagine in real life. imagery, but I cannot quite. No, anyway.
Okay.
So, more like, it's a small picture, but more like this kind of colors. That's a sun elf.
Okay.
Right? So, what's your plan? Like, it's evening, are you going to sleep and do that in the morning, or?
I'm gonna prepare some spells, but I need to see what I'm gonna move around.
Yeah, you do that. Do we all agree to that? To that?
Yeah, that's fine with me. See how it goes.
All right. Well, in that case, we need to make sure that we have the right things prepared, that we are able to get out. And we should make sure that we don't necessarily kill them, like we did with the elf in the mountains. There were some questions I had for that creature. I give a sharp look to Arnis. But never mind. One evil goddess.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna move Aura Vitality into Zone of Truth.
Right.
Is there any certain
This is a good
circles
one.
you require me to prepare?
Anything that deals with water is probably a smart idea. I mean, I can breathe underwater. And I am super quick underwater. But yeah, anything that helps us deal with water is probably great. If we actually go to the lake, we should be prepared for that.
Okay.
Yeah. If we're all cool with a plan, then let's set up some watches
Yeah.
and see what happens tomorrow with the
So you are sleeping outside.
yeah.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, we'll hear if there's hustle and bustle and zombies are coming.
Yeah. You'll hear better than anybody else. I mean, the biggest problem is you are still sleeping on the snow. It's gonna be warm, and it's gonna melt through the night, but you'll be sleeping on the snow and ground.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing that for quite a time.
I'm not gonna stop you. I'm just gonna say that Arlis is gonna oppose this decision because he wants to sleep in a bed knowing Arlis.
No, he has the carpet.
Yeah.
Oh yes, he has a carpet. He's like,
Yeah. We'll remind him of that.
he's like, okay, fine, I'm sleeping second level on the carpet, you can lie on the ground.
Yeah.
If we get another carpet, we could actually make bunk carpet beds.
It's like 60,000 gold for a movable bed.
Yep.
Money well spent.
That's about as much money as Cyrus spent on that humongous ship of his.
Holy.
Yeah.
Well, and look where that is now.
Yeah! Yeah!
At the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah! Guess where your carpet is gonna be soon?
That's why I have locate object prepared.
It's not gonna help if you're diving into volcano.
Yeah. Shit.
Alright, so you
We set up watches.
yeah. Okay, so you go outside, you set up hut, you set up watches. Who wanna go first?
I will go first, and I will cast
Okay.
Enhance Ability on myself for two times to give me advantage on perception
Alright.
checks.
Who wants to go second?
I will. Sure.
Who wants to go third?
I'll go. There you go.
And who wants to go last?
I'll go.
Okay. And you're going to sleep basically at like 7.
Ha! That way, when Trego wakes up Melora for a watch, he can kiss her.
Aww.
Alright. So you set up your heart outside. Nobody's really paying much attention to you at this point because it's dark and cold and nobody gives a fuck if you freeze to death out there. But you set up your stuff and luckily you at least had some food and some drink. So it doesn't take long for you to fall asleep. Everyone at least aside from Leo's. Make me a perception check. Straight roll.
Is that something I can use inspiration on?
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, I will use it. Hopefully my luck will be on my side. Ah, not too bad.
Zetas?
Alright.
That was my last.
-1.
Awesome.
2. Jacob?
Oh boy.
Yeah. There it is.
8. And Laura?
Hey guys, I see shapes.
13.
We rolled like
Shit.
So
That's payback for all those inspirations.
Yeah.
this
But they
night is quite calm. It's still cold, obviously, and there's wind, but there's no blizzard or heavy snowfall. So most of your watches kind of pass doing nothing, just staring at the sky. And admittedly, the sky is beautiful over here. It's very clear. There are no lights to stop you from seeing the skylight, and just the cold winter air here in the north is amazing for stargazing. So, romantic side aside, it's just there's just nowhere to look at. You have a building at one side, a building at the other side. At worst, at most, you could try and hope to notice somebody trying to kill you in the night. But it seems people have more important things to do. So with Arlie snoring quietly on his second-story carpet, the night passes without absolutely any interesting things happening. And the morning of the next day comes, which is gonna be the 4th of January. And it's like gonna be 10, and I
do we
guess
get our
like
spells back?
5 in the morning. Let's go with that. Yes, you get everything back. And like don't forget to update your hit dice, because like you get half back.
Is it half of the total or half of the
Half of
ones you
the
spent? I can't
total.
remember.
Half of the total.
Half of total rounded down.
Yeah.
So 7 right now.
Yeah, and you spend some time in the morning washing up your faces in the snow, and some of you praying to your patrons or just to nature in general to prepare your spells for the day. Whereupon you are expected to have breakfast with Torkel and head towards the Black Hawk estate. But as you are having breakfast, let's have our own breakfast, lunch, or supper.
Dinner!
Alright. See you in a bit.
Yep.
See ya!
Uh-huh.
And we're back. Alright, so, morning of the next day, you, ladies and gentlemen, are...
And gentle lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, and gentle ladies, and
Yeah.
men ladies. In case, you all awoke and rested and are in the process of having your short breakfast, which is filling but not very interesting or especially tasty. Back at the long house with Torkel present. So, anybody has something they want to say?
Not something I want to say, just something I want to do.
Kill everybody.
As we head to the chateau or whatever it is where they reside, I would like to pay very, very close attention to Tokyo and see if he
Well,
makes
don't
any-
get ahead of yourself. You're not heading anywhere yet, and you're not sure that he's coming with you.
Oh, okay.
Not until you finish your breakfast, young sir.
Yeah. You gotta finish your vegetables,
Um.
which are pickled, by the way.
Okay, well, in that case, I will ask him. So, where do we have to go?
Well, you do have something that can fly.
Fly.
Why? That should speed up the time.
Sure.
The Black Hook Mansion is not very accessible by foot this time of year. They usually come to us. Well, they usually don't go anywhere. But I have someone escort you there on a Simorgel.
Why do they not come here? Do they not need supplies, or?
They are elves.
Okay.
He kind of like, that's it. It seems like he thinks that answers the question.
Well, what do you make of them?
I believe there are quite a few of them. I only know one. Sorry, I'm most likely completely mispronounced the name. I only know one drill.
That's the head of the family?
The youngest son.
The youngest son.
Yes. For all intents and purposes, he is as much as a leader of the family. In our opinion. At the very least, he's the only one who talks to us or seems to care about anything.
Do you like him?
He is the reason my city still stands, so yes.
Why exactly is that?
He has been helping us defend.
Oh, that's something I wondered yesterday evening if they were actually helping.
Under those, he is very useful, he and his things. The rest I have never seen, so either they do not care or are unable. I heard that they are discussing who is going to be the next leader of the family, but I know where I stand.
And you're sure that that person is going to want to talk to us?
You're talking about magic. You're talking about defending. He knows magic.
Right.
We'll have most likely another conversation, all of us together later, but it was good for you to talk to Vandrel, see what he makes of your stories, see if he can tell you something. If he approves of you, then we can talk again.
All right.
Cortex, are you coming with us?
You all wanna make... you all...
Trying to remember what he sounds like.
Yes! Oh
Yo,
god,
ain't gonna
I hate
take
this.
me away from my drink.
I know that bloody deal.
No, I think that's more like... That's
Think about
a
Grand
different
Bronze.
side of the world.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I'm not talking like
Okay,
him.
let me start with standard dwarves, which is kind of like this, yeah. And then let's try to add a little bit of... I don't want... No. Okay, fuck it. So, Godric transforms you. I'm gonna switch to DM to number 3. When you don't remember the voice, you turn to third person. Godric informs you that like him and elves in the same room is not a very good idea, and elven wine is shit.
Okay.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it
No
was
worries.
hilarious.
Yeah, I really know the feeling.
That elven wine is shit?
Yes, that and forgetting how
How to
NPCs
voice
Uh,
a certain
yeah.
character.
Yeah. Well, in that case, yeah, let's not waste time. Let's find him, talk to him, get his approval, get things done.
Okay, so y'all escorted outside of the longhouse after the breakfast is concluded, and brought to basically like a spot in front of the gates, which is kind of sort of more or less cleared out of the snow to allow for the gates to be swung open and closed. And both Torkil and Thorfinn escort you here, but they don't look like they are dressed for a long trip. And Thorfinn kind of removes the horn from his belt and goes, and those of you with decent passive perception see like a shadow that was circling around the town, start kind of like descending in circles.
Oh,
And-
since we're flying, sorry for interrupting. Just
Yeah.
want to quickly get that in between, just summoning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, no problem. We have enough time. And as kind of it approaches you, you see a like. So how does it go in D&D? Medium, large, huge, right?
Yeah.
So you Traeger, you've seen griffons and hippogriffs, right? They are large.
Mhm.
This thing is huge, and as it descends and kind of like large wings covered with thick feathers, black and white in coloration, it kind of like hovers for a moment, pumping air as the snow kind of like around you, and with a couple more heavy swings of wings, a humongous dog gently lands on the snow in front of you. Big furry paws kind of like catching the snow and helping it not fall through as it how to call it, spread, and then the other way
Folds.
folds as it folds its wings, scatter from the sides, and kind of like shrugs a little bit. Its its bottom is mostly white colored, the color of the sky, making it very hard to see from the
Ground.
from the ground. Yeah, but its back and the wings seem to be more black, dark colored, and make no mistake, it's big, it's massive, its teeth and mouth is large enough to like take somebody's head inside and just smash it. And on top of it, on its back, there's a contraption of leather belts and a saddle from which a humanoid man kind of like carefully climbs down. He is dressed like super heavily, gloves, hood, heavy coat, boots, and on his face is like a mask with very narrow eye slits. Like, you have bought goggles that have those narrow eye slits to see in the sun, but he kind of like has a whole mask to also like protect his face. And Torkel kind of like tells him that these five shows him the way to the Black Hawk mansion, and he actually like turns towards you. Will you be able to find your way back on your own?
I look at Melora.
I think we should be good, thank you.
And he turns back to the man. And you can return back to your post. The man kind of like nods. Like you hear his voice coming from the mask. Say, kind of like, I'll fly low, follow me. And he gets back into the saddle and like takes the saddle and like says something to the beast as it starts bounding, and a powerful blast of wings takes off and then slowly gains a bit more height and starts. It is not a beast.
Oh, okay.
Monstrosity.
Yeah, it's in the same category as a griffon would be, but I mean, I think it will win against the griffon, but I think they're slightly different beasts in type. But that's what people have been referring to as a smuggle. So, and it seems to just like make circles about like 50 meters above you, waiting for you to get on your own. Yeah. Which reminds me, so you have a carpet that's 3 people, then Leos has Nebula, and 1 more person needs to go somewhere.
Yeah, Melora would have shapeshifted and flew.
Right, good. You can't, however, shapeshift into that. Actually, no, it would not. It still would not be a beast. I was gonna say you can shapeshift into that smaller griffon you've seen previously, because its CR is low enough, but it is not a beast, so no, you still cannot. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll stick to the snow owl.
You can shapeshift into the horned rabbit. That you can do.
Yeah, well, does that one fly? Because I know the one in World of Warcraft does fly.
No,
okay.
No.
Yeah, the jackal
flying rabbit.
Yeah,
Walpertinger.
And I thought I'm crazy. Yeah, and as you are ready and like hover a little bit, the rider and its beast start flying. So it's gonna be basically directly east, seems so far, which is gonna be like, let's say 6 in the morning. Alright, so the flight does not take you very long. It seems that while the Black Hawks have placed their building, far enough away and separated from Fürstendur itself. I figured it still should be accessible by like a couple-hour walk, at least in the summer. You have no idea how deep the snow is over here, so depends on your skills, I guess, how long it will take in the winter. But flying at full speed, or more like at full speed of the carpet, which is the slowest, in a straight line without stopping, you easily get there within the next hour, which is really nice because unlike Semargl, who seems to not give a fuck about the cold, that's about as much as the Nebula can take without starting to nag on you too much.
Question.
Yeah.
Would that be something that I could summon with Summon Greater Steed?
So, what CR are the things you can summon?
I don't think they. Let me check the spell. I think they don't have.
Yeah, it doesn't have one.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have a spell, but like a Pegasus, what's CR of a Pegasus?
Pegasus is, I think, 1 or 2.
So Pegasus is 2. Can you summon Griffon, I think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, also 2 and... well, I mean, this thing is more powerful than a Griffon. And the Fine Greatest Steed basically summons CR2 creatures. And the thing is more powerful than a Griffon.
Okay, I see.
So, not really, I wouldn't say so.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Could have been more... well, would a Griffin handle the weather better than a Pegasus?
Not by much, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to do Nebula a favor by not exposing her to shit weather here. Well, in that case...
What's a Periton? Oh yeah, Periton is just basically the bird with strange head.
Yeah, it also, I think it's not big enough to carry a human.
Periton?
I think it's medium. I think.
Oh yeah, it is a medium. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still large for a bird, but...
Yeah. It's more like a gnome
yeah.
thing, I guess. Alright.
Thanks, anyway.
Yeah, so... yeah, so by the end of that hour, you spot the mansion in the distance, and it is a... like U-shaped building with left and right wing, but you can see from the air that in the middle is some sort of lattice work structure that actually quite reminds the observatory on top of Lady Khazar's Sunset Palace. So, judging by the reflection, it does look like a glass and, I don't know, stone/metal structure, which in this kind of weather would not be very well insulated. Not... definitely not as well as stone or wood.
Yeah.
Which is strange, but it does not appear that structure... it does not appear to have like a thick layer of snow on it. Comparatively, both like wings and the roof of the mansion, which appears to be 2-story tall, but judging by the height, that's big floors, not 10 feet tall, but much larger. The roofs of the mansion does have snow on them. And the rider basically kind of like loses some height and shouts at you from atop of his steed, saying that basically that's the mansion, and asking if you're fine or you need him.
Yeah, I think we're fine. Or do we need an introduction to him?
let's say, since I should have mentioned it because I had it in my head, but I totally forgot about it, that Torkel most likely would have given you like a short.
Letter.
It wouldn't be really a letter. It would be most likely. It would be a letter, yes, as in it's a message, but it's not gonna be on paper. It's gonna be on tree bark. But yeah, you have it.
Okay.
And honestly,
well,
like, he didn't like pack it up or hide it. Like if you read it, it's basically like, hey, talk to these people. They are helpful.
Okay. Yeah, that's good enough probably for us.
Yeah. Like it's a bit more, but that's the gist of it basically. So I imagine you all dismount in front of the mansion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is no fence going around the mansion. It's just snowfields, which honestly makes sense. I mean, who you're gonna protect here from? But there is, however, a long and generously wide pathway just leading away from the front door of this mansion that is completely cleared out of snow and paved in stone, and that seems like a good place to land, which you do. Miller, do you transform back or do you remain a bird?
Yeah, I transform back.
Okay. And there's quite a bit of snow around, but this pathway is clean. Obviously somebody is maintaining it, and it just leads like 10 meters up to wide staircase that lifts up to the front, large double graved front doors of the mansion.
All right. So once we're left alone, I will summon enhance ability on 3rd level.
Okay, you summon it.
Summon? What?
You said you summon enhance ability.
I'm gonna cast enhance ability on 3rd level.
I feel you thought you're like, oh, it would be so awesome to summon this thing. I hate my DM for not letting me do it.
Yeah, Owl's Wisdom.
Alright. Who are you putting it on to?
Melora and I.
It's Wisdom advantage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And what do you do next?
Is there like a doorbell?
Well,
like,
you
like a
need to walk up, I guess, first.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
unless somebody wants to go frolicking into the fields.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm good.
Why would we?
I don't know. I like, just because I placed the building in front of you and a single path that is clear from the snow in front of you doesn't mean I intend to railroad you. Okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
Even if the rest of the field is literally just a white expanse, it's not because I was lazy, it's because it's winter. Yeah.
We can save the frolicking for later.
Yeah. But actually, like from here, and with the level land, you can actually much better see the black mass of the forest, of the tundra itself to the east. So you walk up the pathway and up to the doors. They don't have a doorbell, but they have, like those huge ring knockers.
Dum, dum, dum.
Yeah, let's see what that does.
Okay, you do that.
Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, you do that. There is about 5 seconds of delay, after which these doors don't even open, but I guess all of you, except for Arles, who is absent-mindedly looking around, see as a like ghost called semi-transparent. Like this thing is like 7/8 transparent, but like a super transparent ghost of a man passes through the front door, and honestly you can see it more like by its movement rather than itself. And like if you look at front of it you see nothing, but like if you look to the side you kind of like see, you know, it's like looking at a glass ball. And you can almost swear that this ghost of a man kind of like has the same kind of dress, or more like suit, than the boys had to wear during the ball in Kurtung.
Oh boy.
And an amazing mustache, yes. And from that ghost, a voice picks up that says, "Good afternoon. I am Yaris. How can I be of service?"
Is it afternoon?
Well, it's actually super early morning.
Well, could you write the name of the elf again? Or say it again.
Wandril.
Vandril?
Yes.
We're looking to speak with Vandril. We have a bark of recommendation.
A bark of recommendation. Woof!
I transform into a dog and bark. Out of character, not in character.
I see. May I have it, please?
Yes, I hand it over.
They like hand it over kind of like towards the thin air, and then it kind of like gets picked up and like the thing doesn't put it up to its eyes. You're not sure if it can read or see, but you feel by its movement that it turns around and says, "Please follow me," as the doors kind of like open in front of it and let you into a small 20 by 20 foot foyer with like sofas on both sides. As all of you enter, the doors close behind you, and the ghost butler, let's call it ghost butler, turns around and once again you hear its voice. "Please, if you would be so kind as to wait here, I shall inform my master of your arrival."
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like as you walk in, it's a bit coldish because you brought in a lot of cold air with you, but as you sit down, the place seemed to warm up very quickly, although there are like oil lamps in glass covering that provide illumination, but you see no fireplace or any source of heat that would heat it up so quickly, and yet it heats up very quickly. And meanwhile the ghost has passed through the door in front of you and disappeared somewhere deep inside of the mansion. Some time passes. Stop me if you want to discuss your plans.
I
Have any
just,
magazines here?
I just say, we kick in the door. If he intends to cast anything, we knock him out. If he shows any sign that he becomes hostile,
That's a given.
just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Cool.
Yep.
In that case, we wait.
I need to check quickly something. Which level is it? It's good. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Right, yeah, good enough. So, you don't wait too long, maybe like 5-7 minutes from your opinion, as the second set of doors open in front of you, and the ghost butler returns, saying, "Please follow me. The master is ready to meet you."
Great. Let's follow.
So you go through the doors, which close behind you, and you find yourself in the true foyer of this mansion, which is, frankly, way too big. You see hallways leading to the right and to the left, to what I assume are the first floors of the wings, and a set of double staircase curving and heading up to the second floor, creating a wide landing, and 2 more hallways, most likely leading to the right and left. There is a damn big chandelier hanging above the foyer. It's comparable, if not superior, in lavishness and craftsmanship to what you have seen in Kreuzung, in Nurestein, in the castle. The major difference being that the one in Nurestein was still mostly fueled by candles. This one has the same, like, beautiful cascade of crystal hanging things that are usually on the chandeliers. But there are no candles, just like light dancing on it. Right opposite of you, you see like another set of double doors leading somewhere deeper into the mansion, most likely in the direction of that lattice work glass structure you've seen from the air. The ghost butler seems to turn to the right and appears to assume that you will be following it. Do you?
Yep.
Alright. Alright. So he leads you a little bit through the building, and once again it's very warm in here. Like, the ceilings are tall, a good 15 foot tall. The floors are covered in lavish carpets. It's obvious from the structure that the building is what happened.
Oh,
Zellum joined. He's
a new challenger.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
Alright, let's just do it like that. And I think it should be back like this. Let's remove this. Alright, good. Yeah, it's obvious from the construction that the walls of this building are very thick. Thick enough to maintain the heat and serve as a pseudo fortress, but it still has the big, beautiful windows, and it looks like something you would see in the south. And although you do pass, like, not rooms, but, how should I describe it? Or more like, as you pass a couple rooms that have closed doors, you go to an opening, like a resting area with multiple sofas and a table in the middle and cupboards all around. And you do see a large fireplace there, but it is not lit. There is no logs in it, no coal, no fire, but it's still warm. What else you notice as you've been walking through this building, or more like, let me check quickly. Definitely Milord, I'm pretty sure Dragon noticed. And Leos, Aris and Zardos really wouldn't notice it. Oh, nah, not really.
Nope.
Wouldn't pay much attention to it. But three of you have noticed that, like, in the corner between wall and ceiling, there is a pair of what looks like tubes or pipes about this thick, seemingly made of brass, and just like one tube and another tube on top of it, and they just go all over the wall in the corner. And as you were entering this wing, you saw them like bend, go down the wall to the floor and into the floor and disappear somewhere. And as you enter this rest area, you also see like similar tubes sticking out of the floor and like hiding in the corners, out of sight, partially hidden by like decorations, but present. The ghost kind of like points towards a selection of sofas, which, like, honestly, this whole building looks like it looks rich enough and well furnished enough that a king or an emperor would feel happy and satisfied being and living here. But the ghost points towards the sofas and says, "If you would take a seat, my master will join you shortly. If there are any refreshments or food you require, please say so. I shall assist you.
Not at the moment. Thank you for the offer.
If you require my assistance, please say my name, and I shall arrive."
What is your name?
It is Jarvis.
I take a seat on the sofa.
Right.
And it's a mimic and it eats me alive.
Well, if you want to. You're not in your armor, by the way. Yeah, so the ghost seems to bow and go away, and you do wait like another minute, just like to the moment when you're like, well, what's happening, as you see a figure like gently, softly enter this resting area from deeper in the house and give all of you a look, then proceed to not one of the sofas but like one of the armchairs that gives a good enough look like at all of you, so that he can like look at all of you and sit down. I think it is of young male elf, high elf obviously, although in case of a young, he might still be older than any of you. But while his features are beautiful and sharp, you know, like high cheekbones and white skin, blue eyes, sharp ears, and long, very well groomed, jet black, raven black hair, kind of like descending down to his shoulders and past onto his back. His clothes are also like subdued in black and dark gray colors, seemingly of a rather practical cut, although the material and the masterwork, the needlework, it's amazing and impressive and easily compares or surpasses to those super expensive clothes you bought for Arles.
Arles, close your mouth.
Yeah, Arles is already like calculating in his head. But he sits down and says, just a moment. Good morning, my name is Vandril Karela. I see that you desire to talk to me. I know, but...
Yeah. I say, pleasure to meet you. I Amlios. I introduce the rest of the group, and I ask him. We came here to ask. We wanted to offer our help, but first I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Do you know Oko? And I would like to see what kind of
I
reaction
love
you
it!
to that.
Selim is here to hear this!
Make an insight check.
With motherfucking advantage.
Selim, we took the approach of asking,
not
shooting
gonna
before
help it.
asking, I guess.
I would like to inspire myself.
Sure.
That's right.
Ah, fuck. 22.
Oh no, just 22.
He kind of like. I was like, what? But it's more like. It doesn't seem like he's like, oh crap, or how do you know? It's more like, huh? I am afraid I know no such word. Although I believe from the etymology it must be Slavic. No?
Yeah, some do refer to him as the one-eyed god, and see if he reacts to that.
That's inside check.
This is going up the charts probably by now. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, another self-inspiration, 25.
Alright. And yet again, I have little idea of what you speak of.
Okay, good. That's good.
Have
We
I
can-
passed your test?
Sure. We came here, basically we came to Fristvindu because we heard rumors that they are in need of help. And as far as we can tell, they have issues with undead dwarven hordes attacking the village. We heard that you helped them. And since this seems to be a matter of magical origin, they referred, or rather, Tokyo referred us to you.
He was not wrong.
So that's why we're here. We believe that said Oko might have something to do with the spawning of undead dwarves.
I see. Can you perhaps enlighten me upon what or who is an Oko?
And Oko is what? What do we actually know about Oko? He's supposed to be probably some undead god, who's meddling in human affairs, or rather in humanoid affairs, and he's probably trying to take over the world.
I see that your knowledge of this Oko is about as vague and superficial as mine.
Yeah, you could say that. He, or it, likes to work through middlemen.
So your belief, if I understand you correctly, is that our current plight was somehow caused by this Oko.
Or rather, someone worshipping or serving Oko.
Very well, that is one approach you could take to the situation. I still do not understand how you intend to assist, or where you intend to go with this topic of conversation.
Well, as far as we can tell, the people of Fristvindur seem to heavily rely on your talents in the defense of their town. We offer our help, but we much rather would prefer to locate the origin of said plague. And I think the people would appreciate your approval of our cooperation.
It is good that you're offering your help. After all, while we maintain a status quo with assailants, it is hard for us to go on the offensive. I cannot reach them through the lake, and if I were to head on an expedition myself, the town would lose a lot of offensive power, not even accounting for the fact that I, on my own, may not be sufficient to deal with this alcohol that you speak of. However, the question rises, what abilities do you possess that you expect yourself to be capable of doing this? I see that some of you are bearing weaponry, the others, however, are not.
Not all of us need weapons.
Weapons come in different shapes and forms.
That they do.
I cast Mage Hand
I got this, Mage Hand.
and just shift it through my hair.
Anything more impressive you can achieve?
Yes. Far more impressive than that.
A big hand goes through his head.
Rips my head off. I'm dead.
Well, Darwin would be quite impressed indeed.
I mean, you could do that, and Trego or I could revive you.
I'm afraid if you tear his head off, revive
Yeah, it
will
doesn't
not
work.
be enough.
Yeah.
You could try reincarnate him.
Well, that's what I mean. Do it. I want to
Maybe
reincarnate
cannot.
someone.
Man, I want to be reincarnated so badly.
I call dibs if Leo's dies.
Like at this point, I imagine like Treg and Milora went on the evil spectrum, and like Treg is like standing in front of Leos with a spear at his throat, and Milora is like, "Do it!" and Leos just like looks at Milora like, "But too obsidious!"
And then I probably feel Zardos on my back biting in my neck.
Yeah.
Does he? What are he sounds rather calm.
Yes.
Does he seem calm in general?
Yes.
Or does he? Does he give off any sign that he might?
He just looks like somebody who's like, okay, I am talking to you, I'm trying to understand you. I am not sure you're telling me everything you want to tell me, or should tell me. So he's like, so?
Yeah.
Go on!
Generally,
You just casted a cantrip! That's amazing!
Yeah, I will not spend spell slots to impress
You don't
that guy.
have to spell them, it's more like he's asking what you can do.
I'm not gonna tell him all my cool stuff.
Sure, don't tell him! I mean, fine, I'm not forcing you.
I'll speak up. If we do decide to head to the lake, I might be able to help move some of the water out of the way, or allow us to breathe underwater, possibly even walk on it.
That
I don't know if that'll help, but
could
it's
be
something.
useful. Why I am asking is I wonder if your abilities are sufficient. After
What
all,
do you-
it would be to none of our benefit if you were to head on an expedition only to be slain.
Have you heard about Heron's talons?
I have not. Should
Well,
I
now
have?
you have.
No, we're not that well known up
Very
here
well.
north.
Let me rephrase my question. You can let points towards this, have displayed an ability of magic. Judging by your bearing and physicalities, I imagine that this one and the lady are also some sort of spellcasters.
He's pointing at Arliss and Melora.
Yes, yes.
We
If
all have some sort of ability to use magic.
very well.
Oh yeah, we're all casters.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Are you acquainted with the system of classification of spells by circles?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Am
Are
I?
you capable
Is
of...
Arliss talks about it.
Yeah, Aris talks about it enough, yeah. So you'll pick it up. Are you capable of using the spells of circles, of third or fourth circle?
I can go up to fourth.
Do a little third. Sure.
Yes. I do that for warm up.
Highest I can do one spell from the
Sorry, say again?
the highest I might be able to do is one spell from the 7th.
Okay, at this point, Melora and Lucy finally see him kind of like raise an eyebrow, like, really?
So can I.
Very well, in that case, it seems that you are telling the truth. Good. Then I am glad to welcome you to Fristvindur and my home. Your assistance will be of great help. After all, I imagine your dare-do kind are a lot more suitable to dungeon delving and exploration than more research-based mages.
We do have definitely some experience in that, yes.
Right.
Although I think one of us wouldn't be declining having a look into magical resources.
Well, Arliss isn't here, so.
No, I'm talking about Zardos.
Oh.
Always helpful.
What do you have any theories, if I may ask, why the dwarves have arisen?
I'm afraid that it puzzles me. I have performed experiments on collected bodies and I have spread my senses during assaults. I expected the bodies to be animated through necromancy. I am afraid I have found no such magic on the bodies, neither of the dwarves nor of the creatures that follow them. The creatures themselves seem to be... give me a moment, I have forgotten the name of the thing.
Not undead.
The monsters themselves are a type of aberration known as the Chul. They are a crustacean type monsters. Imagine a large crawfish. They serve as linchpins and hammers to the anvil of the zombies. If I suppose they cannot be classified as such, if they are not created through necromancy.
Well, that strengthens the link between this and these occurrences and Ok.
But
Praise
you
we
have said that Oko is an undead deity.
Well,
That's what we
We're
believe,
not-
at least.
we're not sure about that, but in Kreitzum, we had similar, not undead, reanimated bodies. A guy by the name of Victor Mercer, and he was before he was what he turned into, discovered how to do this kind of necromancy without necromancy shenanigans.
And that would be?
I don't know how he does it. We found his research laboratory later on, and he kind of turned into a monstrosity himself. Also, Arliss is saying all these things, so I'm going to convey them also. Through crystals that had magic, tiny slivers.
Anybody?
Oh, right, the crystals.
They
the
weren't
quartz
crystals. No, they weren't that.
Alright.
I mean, he's half right, but not 100%.
We did get something from him. I think it was like a vial. I remember looting something off of him.
Does our bag of looting remember?
Did it not get exploded?
Ah, fuck. Shit. That was that. Oh, yes.
I'm guessing whatever Tellum is writing in the chat is like conveyed by Arliss.
No, not really. You
Okay.
have to say it out loud.
Uh,
I mean, to be fair, like, 2 of present people have been there. So. Come on.
Victor Messer used a certain kind where he implanted tiny, I'm not sure what, into spots that gave energy or an energy of some kind to the creatures that were reanimated because of it. And he could give them a purpose what to do as well with it. If you have a corpse, we could maybe look in the right places.
I fear we'll have to secure new corpses if we are to run further experiments.
Or we could just directly go to the source and see what awaits us there.
If you choose to move swiftly, then yes. Though it might be a good idea to remain in Fristwinder for a few more days. We are forecasting an attack coming momentarily. Today, tomorrow, perhaps the day after tomorrow. If the current trend continues, it should be of a significant volume. Your assistance, if your powers are indeed what you say, will help cut down the casualties. After that, we should have at least a few more days, 3, 4, before a new wave comes. Not much, but perhaps enough for you to reach the source. I am not asking you to assist us freely. I am willing to pay you handsomely for your work.
That's generous of you.
I don't think we're really doing it for the money. None of us really are, at least, I think.
I think that at this point, Aris is like going.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! But we won't say no.
What I would. How about this? Would you
Okay.
trade for a favor? We might require your assistance in the future.
I cannot
the long
promise
run.
you what's. I cannot promise to help you unless I know what you can request of me. If there is a specific favor you need of me and it is something I can do, then yes, I will give my help to you.
We might need a fighting force in the future. If Oko becomes more powerful, attacks will be more frequent and bigger. And we might need people of your talents, of our talents, if they're comparable, in the future to help defend civilization. And I would rather have you as an ally that we can count on than a lot of gold in my hands that I cannot use for nothing because there's no place remaining where I can spend that money.
I wish I could just say yes, but you must understand that little stands between this land and the dangers and me. I am currently the only successor to the family, and with that situation remaining as it is, my departure is unwelcome and will not be approved.
Are you the only one that is resident here?
Our family, the Blackhawk family, resides here. I am, however, of the last generation. You, he points towards Melora and Rhaegar, should have some understanding of the importance of succession in elven bloodlines. It does not come to us as easy as it does to your human friends.
I also do have an understanding in that, although it might not be obvious. Would you be willing to help us with research that you could do from here?
That's yes. Unless it is putting Fristrindur and my family into unreasonable danger, then I can assist you.
How about instead of you paying us, we rather see that this as a first step to becoming friends and allies in the future? Should you need our help, we will assist. Should we need your help, you will assist us in any capability that you can. Does that sound fair? We will not put demands upon you, but rather ask you.
And that is what worries me, for you seem to offer far more than you seem to ask.
That's what we do.
Yeah, people in the north here are weird to that concept.
Make a persuasion roll.
Sure. Come on, plus 15. Give me the juicy number. Yes!
Very well. It seems that I have misjudged your character. If you return from your mission, then you have my promise that I shall assist you.
Have you learned anything about their vulnerabilities? Anything that would help us fight them off?
The basic corpses seem to be similar in their behavior to that of common zombies, hence my original assumptions. They are slow but sturdy, still. Unlike a common zombie, their heads, or what remains of them, seem to be of somewhat of a weak spot. Closer to the base of their head. I have seen them lose limbs and continue moving, but ones that have been struck in that area were usually disabled. The Chul are well armored from every side. I am afraid they do not possess many weak spots.
Will they burn?
They do not. They burn as well as everything else, but them coming out of the water, I am afraid you'll find no advantage. I know that all these creatures are quite resistant to poisons and have not tested diseases on them that would appear to be fool's errands, but fire magic works sufficiently well. As does blunt force trauma.
Yeah, I can do that.
They are not very intelligent. The Chul are not far beyond their smaller cousins in intelligence, and the dead are even less so. But to be aware that the Chul are prone to capturing their target with their pincers and then separating it in half.
Okay.
Their
So we should keep it distance.
applied force is significant. I've seen them bite through thick logs with little difficulty. And being large creatures, their reach is also quite long.
What should we do? Should we just go back to the village and wait?
If you have no business in Fristendor, you're welcome to stay here. We have rooms available, and if dangers were to come, I will be informed sufficiently fast. I imagine if you are capable of what you say, then a swift flight to Fristendor shall present no problem to you.
Correct.
Though being in Fistrindur would be a much faster reaction from us.
Unless something changes, it takes half a day for the dead to reach the town after they emerge from the lake. As I've said, they are slow.
Do you have any books or magical scrolls that our friend here, I point at Zardos, could study? That could be beneficial to what we plan? Because in that case, we might take you up on that offer to stay here for at least for a while.
I have my personal recordings, but please take no offense. I find it
Intruding, if we were to copy that.
I'd like to show your work.
I find myself hesitant to offer a strange insight into my personal magics.
It's understandable.
If you, he points to those who have mentioned that Seventh Level Circle, are willing to open up your methods to me, then yes, I am willing to repay in kind.
Sure, I have nothing to hide. Or, you know what I mean.
Then it will be an honor to take a look at your spellbook.
It's not so much a spell book, but I'd be willing to.
What's that?
I guess I can show you how I cast the spells.
I'm afraid that would take too much time. If you have recordings of the arcane process, the sigils, the components that you use in your wizardry practices.
I can send you a screenshot. I don't really know if you can benefit from that, because I normally just look at a spell that I've seen once somewhere that I want to copy, and then I just practice it until I get it.
Yes, I believe I'm the only one here that would use a spell book.
I see. It is rare to see such powerful spellcasters that are not part of the wizarding class. Perhaps you could tell me more about your skills. It could assist us in formulating a strategy for the defense.
Well,
My assumption was that you possess magic similar to mine, but if that is not so...
there might be some crossovers. There's one or two spells that I copied from other wizards. For example, I could send you a message over any distance, really. It's just pretty short.
That is very convenient. I am uncertain how it would assist in combat.
It would assist in planning combat. For example, if I were in the town of Ristvendur and they suddenly attack faster than before, I could warn you myself more directly.
Or if in combat we have to be separated and easily get you a message without being right next to you.
Or I could appear right next to you and grab you.
Please refrain from physical forces.
Sure, you got it.
If it helps also, my partner and I, and she mentions towards Trego, we do know healing magic as well, high-level healing.
Please allow me to reiterate. I am uncertain what comes in your imagination when you mentioned hordes of dead, but the last wave seems to have contained somewhere in the area of 300 dead bodies, and half a dozen of the chill. Do you possess magics capable of large-scale annihilation?
Oh, yeah.
If I get hasted, I could.
Everyone points at Trego!
And I'm like, yeah, if I'm hasted, I can attack 3
Trego, I
times.
choose you!
I can call lightning.
I mean, to be fair, if you throw Trego into the middle of 300 zombies and he like casts Shield of Faith on himself, then
yeah,
at
26
best
AC.
he needs a natural 20 to be hit. So I have a feeling by the end of it all, Trego will be the last one standing.
No,
I
I think Alice would be the last one standing, because he would be on his carpet just throwing fireballs down,
Eyeballs, yeah.
smiting at all the burning undead.
But
The problem is, Vandril doesn't know that and you're not telling.
I have one. Well, I have 2 means of large-scale, I guess, damaging capabilities. But I can only cast one of them once, and the other one is not really castable. It's more about the link between me and my weapon.
Yeah, I think that would be more Arliss's area.
Well,
Can we wait 1 second? I'll be right there. I'm at home now. I'll be
Sure.
talking to the PC in a second.
I can indeed see you at my home, yes.
At that mention, I say, I do know a lightning circle that I'm able to throw at enemies. It will hit a decent amount in a 20-foot range.
That is great. I believe that when dealing with such numbers of fragile enemies, simple magics like fireballs or lightning bolts might be the most efficient.
How fragile are we speaking about?
I have to admit, I have not fought conventional undead to compare.
Do
But
they survive a fireball on average or not?
on average, they are completely destroyed by a single fireball.
In that case, I think I will solve all of the problems we will have there. In all likelihood.
And Melora is also paying some heat. For that.
I got Moonbeam.
I just got a huge fucking hand.
Yep. I got Fireball's little brother. It's not doing
I'm shit at AoE.
Yeah,
small
to be,
area.
To be honest, I'm just more of a support character.
We're more about killing extra meanie bosses than killing hordes of enemies.
I think I caught a fireball approximately upwards of 12 times, which should take care of almost anything.
12 fireballs.
At least. A little more. Closer to...
That was...
If I had to judge an exact number,
That was probably an inside
I'd say
check.
14 times.
I find that perhaps that should be sufficient. Yes.
That's
Do
good.
they enjoy
That's-
grouping up? Are they running as hordes, or is there any level of smarts? You said they were pretty dumb, but
Any definition of horde, stampede, or crowd would apply, yes.
excellent. In that case, I don't think we'll have any issues.
12 fireballs.
40.
14 fireballs.
And
And
a
now-
couple of them would be higher circle, which would make them a little more potent. If anything.
And I was scared of Amavine with her fire magic.
Well, you can
I can make one die from bad puns.
But I said that in character, by the way. That's a segment.
Apologies, I have not properly heard what you said. Could you repeat that again?
Don't.
He talks to you, Dragon.
And Arliss kind of nudging.
I'm nudging you. Just very slightly in the beginning.
Please. I have heard most of it, but since we're planning, it is crucial
I said 14 fireballs. I have been in pain.
Make a deception check at disadvantage.
That sounds like have been in pain.
It was pretty good and pretty bad at the same time.
I don't get it.
Deception. Deception.
Out of character, it's the name Amavane because she's related to him.
Yeah, she's his sister.
I'm sorry, but I believe you have mentioned the names that I know.
I kind of look at Arliss like, let's give up the jig.
I think he mentioned the name Amavane. I'm sure you've heard the name before.
You could say that, yes.
Yes. We met her a long time ago. Or
used to
I
travel
didn't,
with her.
rather. Well, I did too, but he used to travel with her for a short while.
I see. Is she well?
Last I've checked, yeah.
It's been a while, but...
Are you aware of her last location?
Is he talking to me or to Arliss?
Yeah, to you.
Perhaps.
Apologies. You might assume that I intend to harm her. She is a family member. She has gone slightly rogue half a century ago, and we have been trying to locate her ever since.
Last we saw her was in Nebo, I think.
Thank you. I shall see if we can reunite later.
Can I get a read on him? If what kind of emotions
Sure, go for it.
he's going through? Is my enhance ability still up?
It works for an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You still have like a good half an hour at least left.
Yeah. Let me boost that. Just.
Well, it's a good thing that he rolled a natural 20 and has a modifier of plus 20, which is still not, which is just enough. No, of course not. I guess considering your roll of 37, it is somewhere along the lines of like very short, very well hidden, like for a normal person, very well hidden. Obviously, nothing escapes you, Mr. 37. A very well hidden, like burst of anger, not rage, anger, and then nothing really.
Disappointment.
Yeah, close to that, honestly.
I mean, I'm sure he
So
knows.
No, it's close to like
she upset him in the past.
you know, it's like I know your little brother comes into your room with hands full of paint, and you're
then
like,
she fire blasts him away.
no, just full of paint, and you're like, oh come on, what did you do again? Let's go take a look.
Okay. So it doesn't really seem hostile, but more of annoyed.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, that's good.
Pretty strong annoyance, but nothing like.
Yeah.
You have no. You don't think he is gonna kill her when they meet.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Out of character, could you remind me? Emma Vane was she the daughter of Lady Khazar or
No.
how-
She's
Granddaughter.
Lady Khazar's
Granddaughter.
niece.
Niece. Sorry, not granddaughter.
And Khazar is his aunt. This guy's aunt.
Okay.
So, Amawayne and this guy are cousins, I believe.
Mhm.
I think is the word in English. Or basically,
Okay,
their
just trying
parents
to-
are siblings. Yeah.
Just trying to piece together the family tree
Yeah.
here.
But like that also must be why he says he is the sole current heir. And by the way, did I mention his gorgeous hair?
Yeah, black, which is not red, which they
Yeah.
don't look alike.
We should discuss your plans of access to the source of this infestation. I have not had a chance or need to explore or dive into the lake. I find it to be deep and dark, with cold waters and strong currents.
Can I ask a quick
Not to
out of
mention
character
freezing.
question?
Yes.
Out of character question, quick.
Oh, okay.
Because Slimy Tyrant of Old, of course. Did we mention it in character yet?
Not to
Between
him.
ourselves, but not to him.
We
Not to
mentioned
him. We asked the seer in Frispendor.
Oh fuck! I missed that. Okay. Yeah.
No, but we didn't get.
she
anything from
didn't
it.
know anything. But Yeah, we feel free to ask that because I wanted to ask that anyway.
In character, this looks like ours goes at Leo's like, let's go. You know, like in sitcoms.
Yes, yes, of course. That's the level of coordination we have. We are always very coordinated.
Look,
We've heard of a prophecy that would fit this situation all too well. A prophecy that came to us by ways of a follower of the Raven Queen, where multiple of them, well, came true in one way or another before. Slimy tyrant of old, in a layer wet and cold, heart enveloped in lies, for a warm embrace cries.
I cannot say that I find myself trusting prophecies, but
I don't like him
wet
either.
and cold does match the lake very well.
And this whole heart in lies thing that really matches. Oko,
There
I
is-
think.
I'm not sure. I think Slimy Tyrant of Old by now could easily mean Tyrant of Old, the Dwarven King of
The Mad King, yes.
the Mad
Could
King.
also refer
Though-
to that.
Charles could be described pretty slimy.
I would not describe them as slimy. They are, however, supposed to be ancient creatures that have existed in our world. Somebody remember the monster manual? That
Yes.
have existed in our world for, I believe, longer than
Fuck us.
humankind has done.
You know
What?
it as well, right?
Yeah,
What?
of course.
I
Yeah.
wish you guys were right. I wish you were right, but
Well, if we're not right, we'll say it.
We're definitely wrong because it'll be a very, very pimped version at least.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Aboleth.
Aboleth.
That-
It's basically tentacle monsters.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's the collective
as if.
knowledge.
Yeah, sorry, I just remembered.
Is it an undead like tentacle creature or?
Okay, let's get back in character, please.
Yeah.
I am afraid I have no idea what the second half of your prophecy might apply to.
Me neither.
Where are them?
Heart enveloped in lies for a warm.
Also-
embrace
Whatever.
Well,
Maybe he's crying for a fireball. Maybe that's what that means.
I think it sounds more like an investiture of flames, a warm embrace.
yeah.
It's like,
Or
oh, I'm burning! I'm burning! It's okay, it's okay. I'm literally burning!
or you could just create a wall of fire around it. Well, I'm pretty sure that the lie thing is somewhat connected to what we're dealing with. Anyway.
Well, ambiguous prophecies aside, I do not remember if you have mentioned the ability to breathe underwater.
We did.
Good. I do not possess a map of the currents, but if you follow the lake through the river that goes into the mountains, you should be able to find an underground river. It is not a far-fetched assumption that it was connected to the Dwarven Kingdom one day, which is the current route of access for the dead corpses to reach us. The currents should be a problem, but
Do the currents flow out of the mountain?
Yes, they fly. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, that would make so much sense if you have them being spawned in this ancient dwarven kingdom. You just throw them into the river. They're being pushed by the currents directly into the arms of Vristundor.
You know,
It's
I'm
efficient
thinking.
traveling.
Oh, what
Yeah.
you're saying is I have put at least 5 minutes into thinking this through. Thank you.
What did you want to say, Trego?
Like, when Victor did this, he didn't mean to wipe out Kreitzel.
No,
So
not
how-
at all.
And he didn't really control the not dead undead. But these.
I mean, not directly, but they had a very clear purpose to not harm anyone but the priests.
Yeah. So. How do they get the purpose? Like.
With probably whenever they are incarnated, when they are created with whatever methodology.
You have also mentioned a similar case you've experienced in Kreutz with arcane crystals, you said?
I'm not sure if it was crystals, but it.
Make an intelligence check.
I'm not good at these.
Well,
Where's my character sheet?
you're the only one who's remembering this.
Well, yeah, that's not in RP. Oh.
They weren't crystals, they were pieces of Dracor.
Okay. That's for me. Honestly, that was a part of. That's also a form of
A
crystal.
piece of what?
Dracor, I mean,
It's a metal of sorts.
I guess it
Black
did
oily crystal, wasn't it?
form crystallical structures, but
Yeah, and ours would know the difference. But he will remember that. Well, I think back then we were told it's called Dracore. It was in
I
very small but slices that were implanted. I think some were here and the shoulders. I don't remember all of the points, but if you dig carefully, you might be able to find them in these two. If it's the same method, we don't
in
know.
that case, once we engage the next wave, it would be prudent to corner a few remaining dead and capture them for tests.
I have just a thing for that too, yeah.
That is wonderful. Once again, I cannot tell you how hard or lengthy the currents would be. Nonetheless, the magic that I know of providing underwater breathing should last for a day. If your magic works similarly, that should be more than sufficient for a group of your size.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of the
How?
water breathing, I'm afraid of the cold.
Yeah, how fucking cold is that water gonna be? Just got out of that shit.
It is above freezing point, but not very much, I'm afraid. I will be able to provide you something to assist with the cold. It will not last as long as water breathing, but I will have to check in with. Have you decided? Will you be staying here or returning to Fristrindur? It would be an honor to have you join us for dinner.
Yes,
Us?
I'm inclined to staying here.
At least for dinner
Yes.
for sure.
For the record, Arles, they forced you to sleep outside this night.
Oh yeah, in Crispindur, we didn't sleep in the chief's tent. We slept outside in the middle of the road.
But in a hut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you slept.
And
on
you
your
just
carpet.
slept on the carpet.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think I like your decision.
It's what Arliss would have done.
Quick question. You said joining us. Who's us?
The family.
Oh, there are more people here. Who else is here?
Of course, Zermo, I would not build such a mansion for myself alone.
You built this mansion?
Apologies, it has been built by our ancestors. This building is more than 1,000 years old, although a lot has been changed and added by myself in the recent years. Perhaps you have noticed the pipes. They provide the heating. I shall show you more how it works if you choose to stay. This quite an ingenious thing I have come up with help of dwarves from Thor. I am a little bit proud of it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that sounds
I'm
interesting.
happy to hear more about it. Well, I personally would be happy to join you and get to know the rest of the family.
Alright, the moment pause. How is everybody on time?
I'm good. I have all evening.
I have food
Same here.
coming, but other than that, I'm good.
Ever since I'm in my new job, I
Close.
don't need to work anymore. on weekends. On weekends! On weekends!
Anymore, that sounds nice.
On weekends.
Oh man, I that's so awesome.
What's your job, Shani's boyfriend? I don't know what 3:30 is.
But
45 minutes from now, basically.
Okay, then let's play for 45 minutes because we haven't played in a very long time and I want to play some more.
Yeah, me too.
Alright. Actually, yeah, I was thinking back on it, I don't think you'll be joining him for dinner. I think it'll be more for breakfast because it's like 7, 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
At least breakfast first. I shall look into providing the antifreeze for all of you. This wing, the first floor at least, is at your disposal. The rooms before this area are free to use as you wish, and if there is anything you require before breakfast, call for the house servant, Jarvis. He must have introduced himself to you. There is one thing I can hopefully what's it called?
Boast about.
Not quite. One thing that might make you glad is we have hot water in copious amounts.
That sounds good. That sounds really
I just dropped something on the floor because I was so excited.
Like, as you drop something to the floor, like momentarily a ghost of Jarvis materializes next to you and like starts daintily cleaning it up.
good.
Oh, thank you.
It is no problem, sir.
I hope I'm not overstepping any boundaries here. Stop me if I do. By what we could gather from the people from Fristvendur, the rest of your family, at least to them, doesn't seem to care about them. Are we welcome by them? If we stay, I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
If you can cast magic, you're more than welcome here.
You sounded so German right now. If you can get against magic, you're so welcome here.
Please understand my inhibition at direct combat stem not from my unwillingness to assist, but rather from the fact that while our family possesses sufficient talent amongst other wizarding families, we're not combat or war wizards. I know sufficient magic to assist me in combat, but that is not my specialty, or that was not the school I studied in Turis Burnia.
What did you study?
My specialty was conjuration.
Oh, that sounds
I have
Nice.
studied
That's summoning,
under,
right?
including summoning, yes.
I can summon a Pegasus if you want to see that.
I can summon a huge elk. Well, not today, though.
That is very impressive, and I would be gladdened to see your magic.
I mean, she's waiting outside if you want to take a peek.
I don't think she's waiting outside.
Yeah, I probably unsummoned her if they don't have a stable.
No, they don't have a stable.
Yeah, in that case, I would have unsummoned her. I can summon her here inside.
I can conjure a phantasmal steed.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Zardos?
Haven't learned that one yet.
You haven't?
Not yet, no.
How about you spend some time with that fella and learn that trick? That sounds cool.
It would very much be helpful.
Would you be willing to teach him? Maybe later?
Well, if time allows, yes. I hope that after this whole situation is safely concluded, we could spend a little bit more time recuperating and celebrating then, and discussing our future.
Who can we expect at the breakfast table? I just want to know who will be present and how to dress them.
Most of the family, my parents and parents of Amavain, actually. I'm afraid that grandfather is unable to join public meetings.
If it's okay to ask, is he okay?
He is merely old, even for an elf. I'm afraid that is simply something that we have to accept.
She nods.
And he killed someone.
It is quite possible. He has told me many stories, but a lot of them come from before the Dragonfall. My grandfather had his stories are largely disconnected. I find it hard to separate the truth from the dreams. Apologies, you would not understand. Our kind do not age similarly to yours. The bodily deterioration is not significant. Our minds usually start giving out under the amount of time and experience and memories we have accrued. Elves start trancing more and more, where dreams intersect with reality, and it becomes very hard to discern if what has happened is your memory or that of somebody else.
And he's unfortunately not available to talk to.
I am afraid it is unlikely. He spends
I'm
most
giving-
of the time in trance.
I'm giving Artis the should we tell him look?
Go ahead.
You're like a married couple.
So here's
That's a ship I can get behind.
here's the thing. We fought and killed dragons.
That is
I
implausible.
point at Zardos and show him the armor, and I like.
It's in the bag right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll get it out
right.
of the bag.
Oh.
No, but we also have vials of blood and all that. We got some stuff like to
We
prove.
have proof that they still exist.
And that they're
And-
coming back.
And they're
And-
trying to come back.
He kind of like waves with his hand and for Selim who has not heard this description, basically his house has a ghost butler named Jarvis, who's like
I
7,
gathered
8
from before.
transparent, yeah, who like materializes next to Vandril and walks up to Aris, who kind of took out, I assume, the armor.
Mhm.
And he's like, if I may. I'm like,
Sure, treat it.
honestly, like,
Shine!
you don't really see the outstretched arms. It's more like you assume he outstretches his arms, the ghost, and you kind of like lift it up, and the armor like very slowly lifts out of your arms and like floats towards Wandril and places itself on the table in front of him. Well, no, it's not a table; it's like a coffee table, you know, low table. And he kind of leans out of his armchair and looks closely at the armor. This is... I have to admit I do not know what I'm looking at. I do not have anything to compare it to, but
It's dragon hide.
so you say. It's dragon
So
scale,
we
by the
say.
way.
Scaled.
Oh, dragon scale. Sorry. If I mean, I really don't want to press on this matter because I believe there's some oath involved. But if we could profit from any knowledge you and your family possesses about dragons, it could help us in the long run.
I'm sorry to say, but that is definitely not a topic I have researched, and I am pretty certain that none of my Amavain's parents are interested in that. You could try and approach my aunt. She is known as Lady Khazar Vermillion. And if you have been in Nebo, you might have heard about her.
Yeah, we
Well.
definitely heard her name.
Oh, Elias has been more close than that.
I am sorry, I am not certain I understand your...
Oh god, that was in character.
I
No,
assume everything is
no.
in character. Because
No, it was.
I'm gonna ask everyone to stop talking out of character.
Then I'll say when it's out of character. Okay.
I believe that she is quite interested in gathering stories of dragons.
Hmm. We've heard the same thing.
I have to admit, I myself am not fond of the... forgive for it may sound slightly judgmental, but I find myself not understanding the fire-obsessed and destructive nature of my cousin and her side of the family.
Hmm.
Well, thank you anyway. I'm looking forward to meeting the rest of your family.
I am certain that it will be an experience.
We do thank you for your hospitality, though.
And your support in this matter. We appreciate it.
It is the least I could do. Jarvis will assist you in whatever you require, and he should be able to gather you for the breakfast.
Okay, thank you.
It has been a pleasure, and I shall see you later. And at this point, he disappears.
Oh, he just disappears. Oh shit! A motherfucker. That's why we didn't want. That's why he didn't want to be touched, because it was a fucking illusion.
You check the old lady, she was a hag, but you didn't check the wizard if he's an illusion.
Yeah.
An illusion. What are you hiding?
Oh god, please no.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the reason he didn't want to come and see it personally, because if he was secretly a dragon, he couldn't sit in the chair without breaking it. Also, can you imagine if, like, the breakfast is actually whole family coming down as illusions?
Yeah,
But then how do they eat?
Personally,
They just
separately in their own rooms because they hate each other. Yeah, so
But I'm eating.
what do you do, guys? You have at least a couple hours, I imagine.
Shit, I wanted to ask if he has like a library that we can stroll through.
We can ask the butler.
Jarvis?
Yes, sir.
Is there a library that we can visit here? Would that be...
There are multiple libraries in the mansion, sir.
Are there any here on the first floor we have access to?
There is a library I can lead you to, yes.
Yeah, let's go there.
He leads you to a room on this very same first floor. Basically, like, deeper into the house. It's not very big. You imagine it has just like a couple hundred books. So it's expensive. Yeah. I mean, Yaros is with you, but what are you doing about it?
What kind of books do we find here, Jarvis?
I believe that Sir will find Elven poetry and history, as well as recordings of the Blackhawk family and the founding and growth of Fristendur, as well as records on the flora and fauna, as well as mythology of the Northern Expanse.
Could you please... is there a book on the... is there like a family tree? Or information on the people of the family?
I shall attempt to find such a book.
Can I check for myself as well? Or
You are welcome to use this library.
All right. In that case, I will put on my eyes of minute seeing and look for shit.
I think everyone's like totally into. So there's the Blackhawk family stuff. There's the herbs and flora stuff, and then there's the
Flora and fauna.
History, fauna, and then there's the history of elves and poetry.
Well,
I'm gonna go for the history of elves.
I'd like the herbs and flora and fauna, please.
Yeah, take history as well.
I'm just gonna go pick up the trowel that I will need in a moment. Okay, one at a time. You do find history of the Blackhawk family. How should I describe it?
Boring.
So the thing is, if a human writes a book about his life, and it was a very interesting life, it's gonna be like 300 pages long.
Oh shit.
If an elf writes a book about his life, and every elf believes that his life was very interesting, that's gonna be a book of 300 pages with 20 tomes.
Holy shit.
So, very quickly figure out that a third of this library is basically like alphabetical tomes of autobiography of seemingly a lot of people from this family. Although, looking at V, you find nothing under Vandrel, for example. Maybe he hasn't started yet, maybe he's not interested in it, but There are
Or
no
he
books
didn't
for
place
him.
it here.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, you're welcome to pick them up and read.
Yeah, oh yeah, I will just skim through them and see if I find anything interesting.
How much time are you spending on this?
Well, until we get breakfast,
Okay, so a couple hours.
until we meet with them. I'm assuming Jarvis will pick us up, right?
Yeah. A lot of them are written in the form of a diary. And do you speak Elvish?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're all in Elvish, obviously. And you actually have to abandon trying to read some books, because while written in Elvish, it seems to be Elvish of such an old dialect that, like, you can read them, but it is equivalent to any of us trying to read ye old English.
Or the Bible.
Oh, I have a interesting question. So I'm guessing I'm picking up like old books that have that old dialect that I don't understand. Does it change for one person over the 700 years that they live, or do they stick with the same dialect?
Oh, that's interesting. So the change is not as significant as, like, finding, for example, a father and a son.
Yeah.
And even comparing a book of, for example, you imagine like 100 years into the life of a son to a book of his father in his like 500-600, well, basically in similar times when they lived, you find that the dialect of the father changes, but not completely to what his son uses.
Okay.
And there seem to be like more changes the closer you come to modern times. With like the 5,000-year-old books, well, at least they state dates like that. Obviously, it's obvious that the books have been at some point rewritten and redone, but those are pretty much unreadable.
Okay. Yeah, I will try to read anything.
Yeah. But a lot of that
like
is
modern.
basically like some of it is actually, yeah. How modern do you plan to go?
Most recent.
Give me a sec.
Like the most recent that I can actually start to understand, and if I can possibly find anything on Amervane.
You find nothing on. So, the oldest that you find, you think, must be either the grandfather they spoke of, or
Yes,
someone of his generation.
I want to find something on the grandfather.
So his name is Alruil, spelled as Ayelruil, like that. Let me put it in here, just so that it shows up on the recording for people who might want to know how it spells. The start of his books describe the construction of both additional wings to the mansion and having a lot of money owned not by Al-Ruil, but by his father, Kasnezair. Kasninazer? I'm not sure how to pronounce this. I did not write it. This name.
Kasninazai.
Yeah, sure. So he was the one who built up those wings, and they depict a lot of lavish and frivolous spending on hunts and inviting other high elf families and expanding their influence of the Blackhawk family. But a lot of that seems to have been using up money faster than they were making money. So by the time Alruil took over, the family was still wealthy enough to maintain their current lifestyle, but like a fraction of what they had with the previous generation. Alruil was one of the most skillful wizards of the recent generations you have studied. He mentions reaching circles 3 and 4 as early as 150 years, and he does mention reaching the 7th circle by the time he was 500, which is nothing for the people who are main characters, but you know, guys, you're exceptional.
It's called
Yeah.
speed hacking.
Yeah, it's called speed hacking. Pa- Yeah. But to be fair, a lot of it is not super interesting. I guess you are more interested in like 350 years ago recordings, yeah?
Yeah,
Dragon.
something like that.
That's a problem. The
Oh, really?
recording of that is a short chapter that describes along the lines of like in the year of like so and so era, the nearby land of Aldana has been assaulted by a flock of chromatic dragons, and then like year or so like this city falls, year or so this city falls, and like this year like this tribe of giants joins the fight. And then like Zero mentions as the Dragonfall, and just a depiction is the final confrontation between the people of Aldana, giants, metallic dragons, and the chromatic flock, leading to the destruction of dragons and disappearance of their kind from the world of Struna.
I really want to talk to that grandfather.
Too bad I'm deranged and I can't even make 2 sentences together.
Here's the thing. Why would Lady Khazar make such a strong mention of him that he's the most powerful of the family and the most dangerous?
I'm just going to point out that
Well, they probably haven't seen each other for a few hundred years.
yeah, that too. Also, mine was much more practical. My idea is we are speaking, we are guests here, and since Jarvis can always hear us,
It's Jarvis, sir.
I am so sorry.
It is
Jarvis.
an acronym for a
The ball one.
I need to write it out, sorry. I think this is it. Oh yeah, okay. It is an acronym for just a rather invisible servant.
That's a great acronym. But I'm just saying it's slightly impolite to talk about the members of the family in here.
Man, just think of the stories that he must have.
Oh no, I agree. I would love to talk to him. I'm not
I mean,
So,
he must have
maybe-
fought the dragons.
maybe he's so far gone that whatever oath doesn't work on him because he doesn't remember. I'm not sure it works that way. Probably not, but
Could be. I mean, it's the problem with living for a long time. The memory tends to go.
Zardos, do you speak Elven?
Yes, I do.
See,
Excellent. Could you look for... I mean, First Windor founding must in some way... They must have interacted with dwarves on this side, right? There must be some kind of history there that we might be able to find in here. On the Dwarven Kingdom of old. Might give us a hint.
do I find anything about the elven history and poetry? And if I find something romantic, I'll sing it to Melora.
What was your role?
I didn't roll. Wait, investigation, right?
Yes.
Eight.
Well, you do find a Elven poem, which in poetry form seems to be a love sonnet of one elf to another, where it depicts the beauties of his interest, likening it to the creation of the world by the gods. It is rather cheesy.
Yeah, it sounds perfect. I show Melora it.
Oh. I'm sorry.
And by cheesy I mean it's of the level of like, it's like your eyes like stars of dragon breath. You're like mountains big, your supple breasts.
Oh, I like him.
I'm taking a hot bath.
And we just made Dan facepalm to the desk.
Are you taking a hot bath because the
I don't want to
poem
be here
inspired
anymore.
you?
Oh, okay. I thought it was like inspiration.
When I was mentioning a library, I did not think that I would have to come up within 5 seconds with a cheesy poetry line.
But here you go.
But here I go. Well, so long as it stops you from reading the rest of it.
Oh yeah, it does.
Alright, so Arlis, you are picking a bus, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
I can't read or read
Well,
Elven.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. The interesting thing you find out about Yaris, it seems he's not the Yaris, but rather a Yaris, whereas like in the library you're like, Treg is like, hey, I want to find a poetry book, and he's like, master, you should go to that shelf. And at the same time, the other side of the library, Lewis is like, how do you read this? And another copy of him, kinda. That is an old Delvin for Hunt or something. So it seems that he has multiple copies that all have the same voice. And at the same time, the other one is explaining to Arles how the bus works, which is more akin to a modern jacuzzi, like actually not even that, but like Roman bus, where it's more like a small pool. It's like that. And the most interesting part is he's like showing you this like faucet with 2 valves and explains like this one gives you hot water, this one gives you cold water. And it's quite stocked with very expensive and smelly.
Shampoo.
I'd like to make
Thanks.
a quick comparison. I'd like to see if I can recall what the baths in Neureierstein were like in Kreuzung. Like, just a small comparison of how much more primitive it is.
So size-wise, you've seen baths like this. Although when you were sent to wash up during your first meeting with the king, you were sent to a much smaller bus, more like normal bus stop kind of bus. But in any case, the heating of... Well, you don't know how the heating of water happened, but you had servants come in with basically buckets of water. So you imagine they had to do it by fire in a separate room.
Yeah, so like we're comparing the Middle Ages to modern times, basically.
Well, like early modern, yeah.
Still, wow.
Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3. Milord, you were looking for flora and fauna, right? It's not a problem to find that book. It's not that hidden. Well, it basically is an encyclopedia of every single breed type of trees that exist in this place, and I'm not gonna name that because I didn't study biology very well, as well as many beasts that live over here, normal and otherwise. The one thing you notice is obviously while some of them are reminiscent of similar beasts from Aldana, the coloration is different. And for example, like I think they're called brown bears in D&D. Like, normal bear is dangerous for a normal person, but when you read what a polar bear can do, you're like, yeah, I don't want to fight that.
Does it give me enough information to be able to wild shape into a polar bear?
The CR is way too high.
Oh,
I
it is? Okay,
think
never
the CR is way too high, yeah.
I think it's...
Plus,
it's-
you actually need to see an actual animal. It's more like
Okay.
it tells you where you might find them and how they behave, and like polar bear is known to break half a meter thick ice with his front feet. Coincidentally, same strength is enough to break a human in half.
What a coincidence, for sure, yeah.
Don't ask where we find this out, but we have had a bear break a horse in half.
Oh my God.
It was a very nice horse. We weren't happy about this.
As long as it's not a giant elk, I'm okay.
Yeah, but a lot of it is like animals would expect to find. So like polar rabbits, like small Arctic foxes. It's a lot more interesting in the summer when the snow melts down and flowers actually bloom. No, actually, your investigation would be too low to find this out. But yeah, should be about enough for a 9. Sorry.
Okay.
And Zardas, what were you looking for?
Information about the area, specifically anything that mentions the dwarves in the area.
You definitely find like stuff on when Fristwind was founded and everything. You find out that technically Fristwindur is under on the territory of the Blackhawk family. So I'm not gonna directly call, for example, Vandril the Lord of Fristwindur, but legally he is. Or he will be when he becomes the head of the family. There are a lot of mentions of Thor, because Thor either supplied, or through Thor obviously passed supplies from Aldana to find Fristwindur, and the trade goes back to Thor. plus because the weather does not really allow a lot of mining. Fensvidder mostly has to buy everything from Thor. They exchange metals for like furs and mostly like bones and that kind of stuff. But there are no mentions of any other dwarven kingdom. Admittedly, Fristvindur is not much more than 100 years old, while that kingdom was supposed to have disappeared more than 1,000 years ago, if not more. So they're just from so different territories, you're not sure that people in Fristvindur really know about that kingdom. Because, like, the only one who mentioned it was Gordrix, but he's a dwarf.
Okay. Just any random thing I can find outside of that. Yeah.
Right? Well, time passes quickly as you read, and as you finish taking what's possibly the best bath in your life, and the rest of you close up your books, Jarvis appears next to each of you saying, "Masters, your presence is required in the dining room. The breakfast has been served. And unless you refuse to come, which is fine, he will escort you to the left wing of the mansion, where you will be entering a large dining room with a modest but sufficiently varied spread of various foods. Admittedly, a lot of it does match what you have seen in Fristvindur, as they are most likely the source of such food. But unlike Fristvindur, they do have more expensive foods. So, like, for example, since it's breakfast, they do have honey and they even have jams. And they do have fruit-made drinks, like compote basically, as well as sweet dried fruits and nuts, which is bloody expensive for what you're used to, yeah. And Jarvis says all of them are the ones who kind of working up and finishing setting up, and you arrive at a similar time as Wandril enters, accompanied by another individual whose looks very quickly attract attention. Who did we lose?
Jesse.
Oh, okay. I was afraid that you have left. Yeah, okay. She is an elf. A high elf. Young. It's hard to judge an age of an elf, but you're imagining she should not be much different in age to Wandril. And unlike him, she has much softer, gentler facial features, although still pretty attractive and beautiful. What attracts attention, though, are her hair. Her long, pink hair. I'm not talking red, I'm talking bright pink. She's dressed in a beautiful, frilly gold and red dress with a pink kind of like, not bow, but what is called? Okay. The back of a coat. What's this place called?
The neck?
No idea what it's called.
Collar?
Collar, yes. Pink, like furry collar. And she's kind of like, she and Wanda like can come in like by the arm, linking arms. And Wanda kind of like nods to you. It is good to see you all assembled. This is my fiancée, Ruby. Yeah, this is my fiancée, Ruby. And she unlinks arms with him and goes, "It is so good to see you. We don't get guests very often. It's honestly quite rare in this big mansion all on our own. I am hearing that you are quite an adventurous of yourself. I hope there are stories you can share. And to understand you're interested in seeing more of our mansion, I'd like to show you some of it after the breakfast is done." This is quite exciting.
That evil laugh.
She's gonna show us a dungeon.
Trigger, make me actually, no, don't make me anything you would know. So, between Treg and Melora, there are 3 reasons you can come up with why she has such pink hair. Like elves, they do have different hair colors. Pink, though, is very rare. One reason is she's dyeing her hair. But you, Melora, knowing the kind of natural dyes you can have, that's not a color you can really have. Not of that intensity and purity. Second option is she is secretly an anime protagonist.
Well, the trigger would know that.
No. And the third option is, you, Trigger, would know, she might have some Eldrin blood. Eldrins are elves that live in the Feywild, and for them, pink, blue, and purple hair is the norm.
He's not from here.
Well, not necessarily.
She's not from here.
She might have parents, but that's definitely not. She's not a moon elf. But she's pretty.
I lean over to Leos. I like her hair. It's awesome.
That's pretty.
And
Can we touch it?
and that's when you hear a voice, a loud female voice, coming from behind from the hallway. "Well, it is quite nice to see that you have guests. It would have been great to have a warning." And that's where we're gonna end the session for tonight.
Yes.
I hate to run so fast, but have fun, guys, or have a good weekend. See y'all
Bye
later.
bye. See you next week.